Mr. Carroll presiding.
Everybody. This is case number 2008. Actually, let me start the Zoom feed here. There we go. This is case number 2018 CA 5321. Starting with the plaintiffs, let's take appearances, please.
Greg Anderson, Nick Whitney on behalf of
Ethan Shapiro, Howard Hunter, Pat Quarles, David Hughes. On behalf of the defense, our client representative is Dr. Jenny Dolan.
Your Honor, because of the testimony this morning, the Kowalskis will not be here. Also, Jack Kowalski has a bit of a cold, and I didn't want to take chances.
And what do we need to accomplish? I know that I've been handed another exhibit list, so I need to address that.
And we also had a Williams Rule motion, Your Honor, for similar fact evidence before the court. We'd like to take up at some point.
Was this recently filed?
Yes, you. Well, we'll say that. It shows that it's filed. He filed last night.
It hasn't been docketed with the clerk. I don't have it.
I've had an opportunity to review this. It's not that I'm unprepared. We need to handle that before.
I just haven't seen it. I haven't had a chance to lay eyeballs on it yet.
It's filed pretty late last night.
Let's address exhibits, please.
All right, Your Honor, beginning with 2041. Looks like the defense objects to 2 pages within. Can you pull up 118 and 119, please?
Judge, our objection is that this is a memo that Dr. Kirkpatrick puts in his medical records, and simply the fact that he decided to do a memo to himself about a conference call that he had. Oh, no, that he was thinking about the case and Maya doesn't make it a medical record. It's hearsay. And it's all about the investigation, his conversations with Dr. Smith, has nothing to do about his care and treatment of Maya. Mostly what he said.
Plaintiffs?
8033 or 4, primarily 4. He documented in his file a conversation with another physician in which he outlined the concerns with the actual diagnosis of Munchausen by proxy, and Dr. Smith told him what her findings were, and he told Dr. Smith there are multiple objective findings to support the diagnosis of complex regional pain syndrome, including abnormal pain thresholds as well as severe dystonia. He goes in detail as to his discussion with another physician about a patient, which clearly falls within 8034. And as to the other statements about warning Dr. Smith, I think that would fall under 3. To the extent it's not in 4, that would fall under subpart 3, as it comments on an intent or mostly planned motive in terms of how Maya was going to be treated by Dr. Smith and thus responded to by Dr. Kirkpatrick.
Let's break this down. statements for purposes of medical diagnosis or treatment, 803(4), has to be made by a person seeking the diagnosis or treatment. So how would Dr. Smith qualify as such a declarant?
Well, she was diagnosing Maya. Now, not in your usual, I admit, clinical setting of in her office, but there's absolutely no question based on the report that she filed, which was in the Johns Hopkins medical files. She completed a single space, some 50-something page report, which was placed in the Johns Hopkins medical file as part of their medical records, in which she made objective findings based on not only the history, but supposedly observations made by the doctors there at the time of the October 7th admission. And although she was more or less assigned to Maya Kowalski, or I guess all the Kowalskis, does not take away from the fact that her deductions, medical reasoning, documentation of what she believed to be the facts became part of the Johns Hopkins medical record.
Judge, it doesn't apply. Doctor, neither of them are the patient. It's hearsay. It's him.
Well, it's hearsay, it's just whether there's an
Well,
exception.
okay, understood.
Yeah, and I just don't see how 90.803(4) for purposes of medical diagnosis or treatment would apply, because Dr. Smith is not seeking the diagnosis or treatment.
Well, she's receiving information towards diagnosis and treating. I don't know that 803(4) is so narrow as to make it only statements made outwardly, but information obviously received in from other physicians, which this definitely is.
Well, I don't see it under sub 4. You said also sub 3.
Yes, this is describing the intent, plan, or motive as to Dr. Smith and Dr. Kirkpatrick's concerns there, and how he believed Dr. Smith was taking this farther than it should, considering the medical evidence, and suggested that Dr. Smith had ulterior concerns there. And he cautioned Dr. Smith about accusing a family member, which was the plan or intent of Dr. Smith, and his plan or intent was to oppose that.
But why is that relevant for this case? That's a Chapter 39 dependency court issue.
I think that, well, it may well be, but it is also as to the ability of the defense to prove or disprove the existence of Munchausen by proxy. And the most important thing about this, Judge, is it goes to notice to the hospital through its agent or representative, or as they put it, the leader of their child abuse team, of the fact that she was making a misdiagnosis and a knowing misdiagnosis, and this information was communicated to them through Dr. Kirkpatrick to Dr. Smith. And so the notice issue is critical in this case, because obviously we want to demonstrate that there was something more than simply, there was a motive to Kathy Beattie's conduct, which is a bit more than simply trying to help this child, of which we question whether there was ever any motive that way. And so in this instance, it may well have effect under Chapter 39, but it certainly has effect in terms of the notice to the hospital as to whether their diagnosis, which is the subject of our medical malpractice claim, was correct. And they're continuing to assert that even after an expert in the area tells them.
We've got to start. Y'all are running out of time.
Yes.
So we can't keep on going on and on and on and on. Let's try to be more concise.
Judge,
Ms. Crowell,
it's right at the beginning of her investigation. It's Chapter 39.
Can I tell you a concern I have and see
Yes.
how you respond to it?
Yes.
I have some warmness to the notice contention. For instance, if and there's going to be a jury question as to whether Dr. Smith was an apparent agent of the hospital. And so if Dr. Kirkpatrick is telling Dr. Sally Smith that, hey, touching a child with CRPS, you can expect that type of reaction, and the harm that could be done by continuing with it, that seems to possibly be relevant and not part of the Chapter 39 immunity.
Well, Judge, I think that when you look at the statements, however, first of all, it's him recording what he said to Dr. Smith. And he's warning her about going forward with the investigation. He's not saying this is going to cause harm to Maya. He's saying that you're wrong. Here's why I think you're wrong, Dr. Smith. But there's nothing about, it's all about the investigation. It's October 11th is when she's starting her investigation. I don't think you can separate the two.
Here's my thought on this, pages 118 and 119 of Exhibit 2041. Almost everything in this is not admissible under 90.803 paren 3 or 4. So I just don't see how you could redact this in such a way for it to be meaningful. But you're having Dr. Kirkpatrick live, right?
We are having Dr. Kirkpatrick live,
So-
but would like to use the information with Dr. Brewerton.
Well,
Dr. Brewerton.
this document, which is pages 118 and 119 of Exhibit 241, I'm going to exclude. But perhaps there might be a question or two that you can ask Dr. Kirkpatrick, maybe. I think it's just going to have to depend on how you word it and what you're physically asking. But nothing about the Chapter 39, the dependency court proceeding, that it's not relevant. But maybe on your notice issue, there could be some relevance to this lawsuit. So can 2041, except for those 2 pages, come in at this time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the court receives Exhibit 2041 in its entirety, except for pages 118 and 119, which will not come in.
Judge, may we give a shot at redacting this? That's my first question.
You can always try, but yes, you can try, but from a timing perspective,
Yeah,
I was thinking about this last night. You're starting to run out of time.
we're starting to jam in as many people as we can.
So
You
just have to be as streamlined as you possibly can.
We're trying, Judge. The second question is that Dr. Brewerton, our psychiatric expert, who's expected to testify first, of course, reviewed Dr. Kirkpatrick's file, and this was in it. May I ask him questions then about notice to Dr. Smith provided by Dr. Kirkpatrick as part of his analysis of the diagnosis and treatment of Maya Kowalski?
I don't know how that connects. Dr. Brewerton is here to give his psychiatric opinions regarding Maya Kowalski. How does the, quote, notice to Dr. Smith connect to those opinions other than an attempt to get around the fact that they're not?
It sounds like an uphill battle to me, Mr. Anderson.
May I? I don't want to add any more to it, Judge. If the court's not, I don't want to waste the court's time on something.
It's not wasting the court's time. It's just I don't think you're going to be successful there. If you want to spend your time doing that, that's fine. It's just I don't think you're going to be successful there.
I only had one question of him as to whether he saw that Dr. Smith had been provided notice by one of the treating physicians that the accusation, diagnosis, if you will, of Munchausen by proxy was incorrect.
Well, we're 15 minutes in. We've dealt with one exhibit. So what's next?
2118 are the handwritten notes of Dr. Sally Smith.
Judge, let me be perfectly frank with the court. There's like 200 pages. I didn't look at it last night because I'm like, what do you really want in? They're handwritten notes, there's articles, there's, I mean,
If there are specific objections, we could look at them, but we don't have specific objections.
okay. Then I would,
How many pages are you trying to put in?
All of them, except the articles, because they're all
Okay.
part of Sally Smith's medical file.
okay, Judge,
And again, as the court has pointed out, she's an apparent agent, or there's a question about apparent agency in this case.
Judge, again, to be frank, because there were over 200 pages, it was late last night, I didn't look at all of them because now they said all of them except the articles. Well, I was waiting for them to tell me what pages you want in.
All right, we can be more specific at the moment with the reservation to come back. We would like to look at 36, 37. I'll go one at a time. Here's 36, 37.
That's fine. 2118. Is that on? I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I'm just giving the court a chance to look at them.
So 36 and 37, exhibit 2118, are Dr. Smith's notes from 2 telephone calls with Dr. Kirkpatrick, or whether it's telephone or in person, I don't know. But
It was telephone, Your Honor.
Judge, this is chapter 39.
This goes to diagnosis.
It goes to her investigation.
It's the diagnosis as an agent of the hospital.
connect us to your medical malpractice claim, if you can. Tell me how you're doing that.
All right. It was a breach of the standard of care to refute the diagnosis of Dr. Kirkpatrick, and the note on the right indicates that he made this diagnosis on September 23rd, 2015. That's not the date of that note. He informed her of the date of his diagnosis, and he traced out his treatments. He traced out the reasons under the Budapest criteria. The note on the left also discusses the Budapest criteria: dystonia, allodynia, conditional to expected pain from human touch, and then generalized neural sensitivity or hyperesthesia. So this goes to the hospital, for whatever reason, deciding within 24 hours, 36 hours, that this was a diagnosis of the mother of Munchausen by proxy, rather than the diagnosis that had been maintained in the Johns Hopkins medical record and by Dr. Kirkpatrick for a year at that point.
That's the investigation, Your Honor.
I know that that's the defense's position. It's just there is a jury question about whether Sally Smith is the apparent agent of the hospital, and there's a medical malpractice contention in this case.
But the proof has to be that the Kowalskis justifiably relied upon the belief that she was an agent of the hospital, and that at that time that she committed some form of malpractice that is negligence that was in the scope of her apparent agency. And what you've got is evidence that she's doing an investigation, and that the ultimate document of that investigation gets in the court file a month, 5 weeks later. The notion that there's anything that they are counting on relying upon her to do that they did wrong, so far I've heard no evidence of that.
Both Jack and Maya testified to their reliance on her entering the room with the hospital lab coat on. So we've established the agency prima facie. It's still a jury question. It may not go our way, But at this point, they've testified to that. And I point out that reliance in a hospital context is presumed when you have a doctor enter the room. That's the law on that issue.
And the big concern here.
That is not the law. That's a big fight we need to have yet.
Time out. Okay, I've done as best as I can to keep the lines as clear as possible. The reality is there is going to be some evidence that could go to either the Chapter 39 side or the med-mal side. These 2 pages seem to go to both. And so since they go to both,
Judge, can
and go to one, I'm tending to think that these notes are okay.
Well, Judge, let me ask you this. Who's interpreting these notes?
I don't know.
Who's going to testify about these notes?
don't know.
Dr. Brewerton, he's not qualified to do that,
Not qualified to do what?
to give an opinion regarding Dr. Sally Smith. So it's
not
going to be
in order.
gibberish. It's not, okay.
One at a time. Ms. Quarles has the floor.
Thank you. Thank you. The court has specifically ruled that Dr. Brewerton is not qualified to give opinions regarding Dr. Sally Smith. So how is these documents going? They're going to try to use these documents with Dr. Brewerton.
Perhaps Dr. Brewerton's the wrong person, but these 2 notes don't really offend me as far as being over the line on the Chapter 39 issues that we've been dealing with.
Okay.
I mean, this is all about, frankly, medical-related information.
If I may, there's a distinction between whether she made a diagnosis that was malpractice for the hospital, and whether she did that in her investigation and the hospital was aware of that. I mean, they've never alleged that we breached a standard of care for relying upon that diagnosis by someone in the CPT team. And so it's one question of whether she commits an act of negligence herself. It's another one whether doctors relying upon that evaluation for something were negligent in relying upon it.
Well, we already have evidence that the doctors were conveying and talking with her extensively. And so it seems to me, Mr. Altenburn, that the defense is trying to slice this one really thin, and I just can't go there.
But keep in mind that we, under 39303 subpart 3, part of her duties are to do this investigation. And so, maybe if we're affirmatively calling her saying, what's up, that's one thing. But if she's calling to talk to us as the head of the CPT team, we got to talk to her.
So the medical record is replete with her being there at multidisciplinary team meetings.
I'm very concerned we're going to create something that is going to be such of a mush that the jury's never going to be able to sort out these fine distinctions.
Well, but arguably, Johns Hopkins and Dr. Smith created the mush by blurring the lines there. That is the evidence that seems to be developing, Mr. Altenburn, and so it's difficult to say you get total immunity just because it's Dr. Sally Smith.
Can we move to the next pages?
At some point, we have to resolve the reason.
Well, these 2 pages, I'm not saying that they are going to be discussed during Dr. Brewerton, but these 2 pages themselves are not, in my mind, excludable.
All right. We'd like to move then to page 38.
Sorry, exhibit number again?
And
2118.
the reality is, if you were only going to use a handful of exhibit pages out of 200 pages, you've got to tell them.
There are, my recollection of something like 146 pages of her handwritten notes. And our position is they're all relevant to the medical malpractice claim. So I understand, but our position is they're all relevant. So we're doing our best here without noticing which ones they object to. If you give up 38 and then 94, side by side.
38 and 9, you said what's next to that?
94.
Judge, I would point out that the 38 references other patients.
We could redact the names of the other patients at the top.
Well,
It's
there's
not,
no way of knowing what part of those notes are related to them versus there's
she's
no
not-
context.
She's not recording treatments of the other patients. She's recording that Maya went under a Dr. Cantu for a 5-day ketamine coma. And then the script is related to Maya Kowalski. Those scripts have been seen by both sides. There was a PIC line. There was a PCA pump. All of these notes are, other than the 2 names at the top, which can be redacted, are related to Maya Kowalski's treatment.
Anything on 094, Ms. Crowell?
It'd be the same arguments, Judge.
Obviously, I agree with the redacting of the other patient names. Otherwise, these documents, which are 038 and 094, seem to track the 37, 38, or 36 and 37.
Last page, Your Honor, is page 95, 2118095.
$95.
It's published. Thank you.
What is this?
This is, again, it's a continuation of the previous note. If you want to put 94 side by side, this is Dr. Smith taking down what Dr. Hanna relayed to her about Maya's diagnosis and treatment for CRPS. So he's informing her about the Budapest criteria, which is the mention of Dr. Hardin. He's discussing Maya's presentation, that she was screaming in pain, she was better in a couple weeks, that CRPS causes. We might have to have him comment on that.
Well,
or her comment
Judge,
on that.
again,
Mother
my
can
point
be pushy.
is-
It's a comment about Beata Kowalski. Children's misdiagnosed conversion disorder. They're on notice again. And then that he has been doing this for 20 years in collaboration with Dr. Schwartzman, and he provides these treatment for CRPS patients.
Well, Judge, that's his interpretation of these notes. My other concern is these notes do not give any valuable information to the jury. They have to interpret them in some fashion. There's no context
Is
here.
Dr. Sally Smith going to testify live?
It's for them. I think so.
Yes.
Yes.
094 and 095 seem to be along the lines of the ones I've previously reviewed, and my thoughts remain the same.
All right, that ends 2118 for the moment, although we'd like to come back to it, and we'll give them specific pages overnight because there are many in there that are also relevant. 2277 is the Johns Hopkins risk management file as produced to us by the hospital, and it's full of party admissions.
Judge, it's 800 pages.
Okay. The medical record's 3,600 pages.
Okay, I'm just not even going to respond to that, Judge. I didn't go
What are we
through.
doing? Are you just, you got hundreds and hundreds of pages? Here, just dump it, and we're only going to talk about 2 pages. What specifically are you trying to use? Because I've got 2 pages of exhibits, and we've done 2. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 others, and it's now 9 o'clock. You spent 30 minutes on 2 exhibits because you haven't narrowed down what you're trying to use. You have to be focused. You're going to run out of time. I haven't been charging you time against, your in-court time, but
I understand. We will come back to this one overnight. We'll be back on this with specific pages tomorrow morning.
it seems like I'm having the same statement every single day, Mr. Whitney.
Your Honor, we're in a box here. We have to admit the risk management file because they're going to make all sorts of arguments in their case, and we need this evidence to have effective cross-examination of their witnesses. There's all sorts of party admissions in there in these 800 pages that contradict what they're going to try to do in their case. We'll come back to it tomorrow with more specificity if that's all right with the court.
Yes, you need to have specificity.
All right, we'll do it. The last, is 2338 Alpha, which is Dr. Timothy Brewerton's evaluation.
And he's a retained expert. And
Yes.
When do we admit retained experts' opinions, reports?
Traditionally, my experience has been the courts don't. They usually rule them to be cumulative. In this instance, however, I have seen courts that will allow it as long as it substantially reflects.
Didn't you make the same argument to me about 3 months ago, and I said no then?
Yeah, but
Yes.
maybe you had a
and
change
then
of heart.
Now we're spending more time on it.
Yeah, I have to make a record judge at least try, but.
Well,
if
you
the
had a
courts-
court reporter present 2 or 3 months ago when I said no.
As to this Dr. Brewerton's report?
I remember having a distinct conversation in the context of Dr. Brewerton about use of reports, the retained expert reports. We discussed that.
I did not recall that one. So I will take it that that one's denied.
That one's denied.
Your Honor, very, very briefly, with regard to Dr. Brewerton, since the report was mentioned, his entire report, and I know it's not coming in evidence, but I'm worried about the opinion. His conclusion in his report was that the forced separation of Maya from her parents that was initiated by JHACH in the kidnapping abduction against her will by JHACH without permission, and the separation forced by JHACH resulting in permanent separation was the cause of her injury. So obviously that testimony would cause a mistrial, and I would assume that plaintiffs have instructed Dr. Brewerton to be, that they will not elicit those opinions. He's not going to volunteer opinions that All Children's is responsible for the separation of Maya.
We are staying extremely far away from that, to the point we put in giant letters and notes in front of ourselves what we cannot ask. And so Dr. Brewerton's conclusion there will not be the topic of his testimony. He is providing an evaluation of the family as to the effects of what happened to Maya, mostly with Kathy Beatty.
Anything else before we bring in the jury?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
And one question, Your Honor, sorry. May Dr. Brewerton comment then on the documents that have been admitted into evidence, 2118, 038, 094, 095, and there were two others from the prior ones.
And Dr. Brewerton's your psychiatric expert. And you're
Yes.
asking him to comment on the CRPS medical notes that Dr. Sally Smith took.
They go to, if you understand, you can't
Didn't we
exclude.
just say Dr. Brewerton's probably not the person to be talking about Dr. Smith's notes? That was just like 15 minutes ago, right?
That's before this was
Yes.
in evidence.
Okay.
And here's the point is this, well, yes, what we're trying to say, Judge, is if the child has CRPS, then as a psychological psychiatric certainty, she's not going to have Munchausen by proxy or conversion disorder. And that's the thing that he is going to explain, is that those two diagnoses, two on one side, one on the other, are mutually exclusive. If the child
Well, how's
has
that
a symptom,
possible when the by proxy is to the mom and CRPS is to Maya?
conversion-
Two different
conversion
people.
disorder was the and we don't even know it was a diagnosis, but the accused working diagnosis was conversion as to Maya. And conversion is, if you have CRPS, you're not going to have conversion, or at least the conversion disorder that they are talking about. It's difficult to understand exactly what they allege she has, but that's what's been flowing through the records coming into evidence.
Well, I don't see how Maya can have Munchausen syndrome by proxy.
I would, I agree with you there. I also agree if the court's point is that they shouldn't be diagnosing Beata Kowalski as an
No,
adult.
you said
Those
they're
are the
mutually
facts.
exclusive.
Yes, CRPS and Munchausen by proxy are mutually exclusive.
You're talking
because-
about two different people, though.
I understand, but if the child is, if the victim does not display any of that, then there's no Munchausen by proxy.
The direct person-to-person comparison is CRPS and conversion are mutually exclusive, and conversion is a diagnosis of the young girl. So he should be allowed to testify to conversion disorder, the diagnostic criteria, and how if you have an organic physical condition, conversion disorder is not a valid psychological psychiatric diagnosis.
And he is not prohibited from opining on Dr. Katzenstein and Dr. Cow.
Why does he need Dr. Sally Smith's notes to make that statement?
It goes to the knowledge that the doctors at Johns Hopkins had in continuing a diagnosis of Munchausen by proxy throughout this, from both the intake and the discharge.
You're on the specific note is on page 95, and it's notice to the hospital, and it says specifically children's misdiagnosed conversion disorder. On the bottom left.
I don't see how you're using the Dr. Sally Smith's notes to make the point that you're trying to make about conversion disorder and CRPS. You can make it without referencing these notes at all.
It's not important enough to take up the court's time or the jury's time, Judge. I'll withdraw and just ask him based on his knowledge of the science. Now, while the court's bringing the jury in, may I advise the witness as to the court's ruling so I don't have any problems?
Yes, is he here in the courtroom?
No, I think he's sitting outside.
Okay, why don't you go do that and then let me know when you're ready so I can bring in the jury.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, may I approach the clerk with evidence that we need to admit?
Yes. Has whatever you're going to give the clerk been shown to the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes,
Yeah, it's been agreed upon, I believe, but I'd be happy to do whatever you need to do.
What's been agreed?
No, I think it's the, is it just the clips
just
that
the
were
clips.
Just a
admitted?
little clip, yeah, the little
Yeah.
video files
Video files with what?
that were admitted on agreement.
Can you just give us the number so we write it down? Thanks. Oh, previously, not yesterday. Or was it yesterday?
These are not from today.
I'm just gonna make a copy. Sure. Okay. Take a photo. Thanks.
Please be seated, everybody. Okay, members of the jury, I want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct? And since you were last with us, no one approached you about this case. Is that correct? And you observed or saw no media reports about this case. Is that correct? Mr. Anderson, please call your next witness.
Plaintiff's called Dr. Timothy Brewerton.
Stand here, face apart, and raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear Law&Crime testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. Good morning.
Please state your name for the record.
Timothy David Brewerton.
And you are a doctor of both adult and pediatric psychiatry.
Yes.
And you also participated in forensic review of issues involving adult and pediatric psychiatry.
Yes.
And have you been asked here to offer opinions regarding the circumstances surrounding the treatment by Maya Kowalski at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital and the resulting effects in terms of psychiatric, psychological disorders and the prognosis?
Yes, I have.
I'd like to give the jury the benefit so they understand from whence your opinions come, of your background, training, and experience towards offering these opinions. If we could start with your undergraduate degree, give the jury a brief summary of your scholastics.
Okay. I'm from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and I went to LSU undergraduate, and I majored in zoology with a minor in psychology. From there, I went to Tulane Medical School in New Orleans. I knew that I wanted to become a psychiatrist, so I took a lot of psychiatry and neurology when I was in medical school. And then I went to the University of California in San Francisco for my internship and psychiatric residency. The research bug kind of bit me at that point, and I applied to a fellowship at National Institute of Mental Health, where I was doing psychopharmacologic work with eating disorder patients. Before that,
What is psychopharmacology?
Psychopharmacology is basically drugs that affect the brain and the psyche. And I studied in particular the serotonin system and other systems and their involvement in mental illness. Before that, I worked at Hawaii State Hospital as a public health service payback. From the National Institute of Mental Health, I took a faculty position at the Medical University of South Carolina in Charleston, where I have been a professor ever since. During my stint there, very shortly after starting at the Medical University of South Carolina, I got very interested in child abuse, basically because of some of the patients that I saw. I subsequently went back and I did, as an associate professor, a child and adolescent psychiatry fellowship in 1994 to 96. Following that, I studied forensic psychiatry and I got board certified in forensic psychiatry. And then later on, I got interested in addiction, and I'm also board certified in addiction medicine. So I'm quadruply board certified in general psychiatry, child adolescent psychiatry, forensic psychiatry, and addiction medicine.
And have you, and where are you licensed? Right.
South Carolina, and I'm also licensed as a medical doctor expert witness in Florida.
All right. And have you published papers in these areas that may be of significance in your evaluation of the Kowalskis in this circumstance?
Yes, I have. I've published approximately 185 peer-reviewed articles and book chapters, reviews. And many of those are in the realm of comorbid psychiatric disorders, including mood disorders, anxiety disorders, substance use disorders. My particular interest has been in post-traumatic stress disorder.
And
I'm editor of 2 books.
what are
I've
those?
presented at a lot of international meetings and have been very academically oriented, but I'm a clinician who also does research.
And tell us about your hospital privileges and where you have practiced in the hospital setting of your career.
Sure. I worked moonlighting when I was a resident in Sacramento, California. I've been a staff psychiatrist at Highland General in Oakland. I worked for the U.S. Public Health Service at Hawaii State Hospital. I worked at the National Institute of Mental Health as a medical staff fellow, privileges there. I was a director of the eating disorder program and attending psychiatrist at the Medical University of South Carolina Institute of Psychiatry. I worked on the consultation liaison service there initially. I've been a consultant to the National Crime Victims Research and Treatment Center, and that's where I learned a lot about trauma and its effects and PTSD and other trauma-related disorders. Then I've been a consultant at a number of eating disorder facilities, higher levels of care. Possibly people are familiar with residential care centers. So I I've consulted with a number of residential treatment centers, Rosewood, Rivermend, Eating Recovery Center and Pathlight programs, Montanito and affiliates that has over 40 sites across the country in 13 states. I was Director of Clinical Outcomes and Research for Montanito. So I was Executive Medical Director at the Hearth Center for Eating Disorders in Columbia, South Carolina. So I've had a lot of varied experience in my career.
And how long have you been in practice?
Well, let's see, I got my degree in 1978, my MD, and I completed my residency in 1982, and that's when I became board certified in general psychiatry. But I've had a license to practice medicine since 1978.
And over this period of time, particularly after you developed a subspecialty in child abuse, can you give the jury some idea of the number of pediatric child abuse victims patients that you've had the opportunity to evaluate and or study?
Hundreds. I've seen hundreds of patients, and unfortunately child trauma is extremely common. And so I can't give you an exact number, but it's certainly in the hundreds.
All right, and you live in Charleston, South
I do.
Carolina?
I live in Charleston County, South Carolina.
So what did you understand your assignment to be when you were retained by our firm to evaluate this case?
To first off look at the records and also evaluate Maya and her family in terms of their psychiatric status diagnostically, and to give an overview of what my opinion was in terms of their psychiatric status, and to comment about the events that led up to the current problems that she's having.
And as part of that, did you also evaluate Kyle and Jack?
Yes, I did.
Kowalski?
Yes, I did.
And was part of your assignment to evaluate the prognosis for this family, and in particular Maya Kowalski?
That's right. In addition to making a diagnostic assessment and diagnoses based on the records, as well as very careful structured interviews of Maya and her family, to comment about the implications of those findings long-term, including the prognosis and possible long-term effects to the extent that one can anticipate.
Tell the jury then how you went about this. Was this a three-step program, two-step program? And I'm specifically orienting you towards the review of the record, and then the investigation, if you will, and evaluation of the Kowalskis themselves?
Well, it started with getting the voluminous amount of medical records, not only from Johns Hopkins All Children's, but all of the places that we had available records for Maya. And looking at those, and they're literally thousands of pages, and going through those and kind of determining, her course, her historical, medical, psychiatric course. And then arranging for Maya and her family to complete some self-report measures. I'm very, I try to be as objective as I possibly can when I make evaluations for forensic purposes. And so I use a lot of validated instruments that are in the literature to measure things like depression, anxiety, PTSD, quality of life, ADHD, and so forth. I don't just rely on asking questions. I ask them to complete the self-reports, and then I come back with, after that, and I do what's called a structured interview. These are structured interviews. They're a list of set questions that I go through kind of systematically with the parent when you have a child that you're evaluating, because often the parent has a very different perspective about how the child is doing. And then I also do the same kind of thing with the child or adolescent. So it's a very comprehensive, it takes several hours to do these kinds of evaluations.
And during 2022, your scope of evaluations for this case, how many times did you meet with one of the Kowalskis in order to gather the information necessary?
The initial examination took place over 3 days, January 20th, the 24th, and the 30th of 2022. I had some email contact with them through your office in terms of sending them the self-report instruments that I wanted them to complete, so that when I did meet with them, we could go over them.
And have you kept in touch with the Kowalskis since that time?
Yes, I have.
So let's go over then briefly your findings in terms of the psychological testing, or maybe we should go over, if you would like, anything out of the records that were provided to you that was significant leading up to the testing and evaluation.
Sure. I think, my opinion is based on the records and the interview and my history and the entirety of my assessment, right? And so basically the bottom line is what I found and what I think is that there was a misdiagnosis of Munchausen's by proxy and factitious disorder. Those require
let's talk about the testing that you did on the Kowalskis and the history that you took from them, given the parameters we discussed.
Do you want me to go through each test?
Yes, briefly.
Okay.
Just so the jury has an idea of what was significant here.
Okay. So the parent-reported instruments that I asked Jack to complete on both Maya and Kyle included the UCLA PTSD Reaction Index for DSM-5, the Child Depression Inventory parent version, the Vanderbilt ADHD Diagnostic Parent Rating Scale, the Multidimensional Anxiety Scale for Children, second edition parent report, the Screen for Child Anxiety-Related Disorders, the parent version, the Child Dissociative Checklist, and the Pediatric Quality of Life Inventory, parent report for teens.
And what are those designed to do?
Those are designed to assess for PTSD, ADHD, depression, anxiety disorders, an array of different types of anxiety disorders, dissociation, and quality of life, which all mental illness, all mental disorders require some sort of disturbance or impairment in life, in quality of life, to make a problem a disorder. In addition, I gave self-assessment instruments to both Maya and Kyle, including the Life Events Checklist for the DSM-5, which measures traumatic events, gets their subjective report of what was traumatic to them, the PTSD Symptom Checklist for DSM-5, which is an assessment of PTSD symptoms according to our diagnostic criteria, the Multidimensional Anxiety Scale for Children, the Screen for Child Anxiety-Related Disorders, the Youth version, the Child Depression Inventory, the Child Adolescent Perfectionism Scale. And I also gave to Maya and Kyle the Traumatic Grief Inventory self-report, which measures persistent, complicated bereavement, given the situation with their mother. I also gave Maya the Adolescent Pediatric Pain Tool as a general assessment of her pain level and where she was experiencing pain at that time. And if you want me to go ahead and talk about findings.
Yes. Now that let me ask you, are those tests generally accepted within the psychological, psychiatric, medical community as the best measures, indications of the psychological status of a patient?
Yes, they're all highly reliable and validated, is what we say in statistics and clinical research. They've been tested and documented to really assess what they are meant to assess.
And are there built-in safeguards against manipulation or an attempt to produce a result, a foregone conclusion, if you will?
They can possibly be manipulated. That is true, and so but there are some ways that you can get around that or see the consistency. Part of why I gave them so many, if you notice, some of them were measuring the same thing from a different angle. So depending on how you ask a question, and if you get different answers, that can be a tip-off to some manipulation or.
And do you then check the results against your interviews to determine
Exactly,
whether there
yes.
are any inherent?
That's right. You check for the consistency between the self-report and the interview and just the whole historical narrative and also the records.
And so what was significant about the history insofar as what was told to or what the Kowalskis were informed of the treatment of Maya while she was in the hospital?
Would you repeat that, please?
Sure. I'll tell you what, I think that question's premature. Well, let's go over the results of the examination and what you found.
Okay. So it was very strong evidence that Maya is suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder chronically ever since she got out of Hopkins. She also has recurrent major depressive disorder of moderate severity. She also had persistent, complicated traumatic bereavement. Everyone understands grief. It's a part of humanity. We all have loss and deal with that. But sometimes it can be complicated and prolonged and problematic. And that's the case. And, there's also the issue of misdiagnosis, which I'm not sure if I can talk about. Because there are some things that I found, and then there are some things.
Sorry, you need to go to the next question.
Yes, sir. So, let's go over just the basic then diagnoses of Kyle and Jack Kowalski, and then we'll come back to the consequences and sequelae.
Okay. This was a trauma for everyone, especially Maya, but also Kyle and also Jack. And all of the family had met criteria for major depressive disorder and post-traumatic stress disorder and persistent complicated bereavement.
What happens when all three members of a family are suffering from these disorders concurrently? What are the effects on the family dynamics?
Well, they're not really able to be a support to each other. If they're all impaired and they're all suffering, people often get by with a little help from our friends, right, and from our families. And so family members' support is enormously important in dealing with and coping with and recovering from traumas like this. But mental disorders and medical disorders, regardless, family support is enormously important. And so if everyone is suffering and kind of in the same hole, it makes it much harder to get out of that hole.
So Maya going in, the baseline for Maya going into this episode with Johns Hopkins, with her CRPS, how did you distinguish the symptoms and issues from the CRPS from the psychological problems that you found through the testing and interviewing process?
I reviewed the literature extensively. I've probably read over 100 papers in this case, various aspects of it. And one important area of the literature is...
Objection to the bolster.
Sustained.
Just tell us what the overall view you have as a result of your investigations.
There's a tremendous overlap in symptomatology between complex regional pain syndrome and certain psychiatric disorders. And it is often confused with conversion disorder. There's an enormous literature about that. I can't talk about the literature. Okay. There's an enormous confusion between complex regional pain syndrome, given the symptomatology, because it doesn't, it's a relatively newer disorder. First it was called reflex sympathetic dystrophy, and they thought it was a overreaction of the sympathetic nervous system, and that's how it got that name, a small injury with a dramatic response that seemed out of proportion to the initial injury. And so that's why they call it a sympathetic dystrophy. But they realized that the sympathetic nervous system alone was not the only thing involved in complex regional pain syndrome. It really involves not only the autonomic or peripheral nervous system, but the central nervous system as well. And there have been a number of studies and alterations found in brain scans and other physiological measures, neurophysiological measures in people with complex regional pain syndrome. They often have psychiatric symptoms and depression. And this is true just in the pain literature in general, in the medical literature in general. When you are suffering with enormous pain, and we've already heard that the McGill pain, on the McGill pain scale, CRPS has some of the worst pain known to man. It's at the top of the scale in terms of what it can produce, pain-wise. So
And
people,
so my question,
people suffer
just got to
enormously.
My next question,
So-
which was how did that pain influence these?
that's my next statement. Yeah.
I have to ask questions every once in a while.
So when people are suffering with that kind of pain, it leads to psychological reactions, understandably. I mean, it's not rocket science, right? That you might get super anxious and depressed and stressed. And a lot of psychiatric disorders have in common the activation of the stress axis. We have a stress system in our bodies and in our brains. And part of it is the sympathetic nervous system, the fight or flight that you've heard of, certainly. But there's a whole endocrine response or hormonal response that starts in the brain that releases tremendous amounts of cortisol put out by the adrenal glands to help us deal with stress. And this has a kind of a domino effect in the brain in terms of other neurotransmitters, neuroendocrine systems, and hormonal systems, peptide systems, just the neurochemicals in the brain are downstream affected in a major way, and the receptors through which neurons communicate with each other, and the production of inflammation. And inflammation is a very common mechanism we've heard across neurological and psychiatric and medical disorders. And this notion that brain and mind or body and mind are separate is really a myth, because we're one organism, and we have mental aspects and we have physical aspects, and they're really inseparable. And when you have physical disorders, particularly those that affect the brain, you typically have psychological disorders as well, or reactions or symptoms. Very, very, very common. And so there's an enormous confusion often about, particularly when you can't pinpoint to the lesion or the problem in the brain, which neurologists have traditionally tried to do. You know, well, the stroke is here in this part of the brain, and it's producing these symptoms, and it's predictable. With CRPS, we're still learning. You know, science, medicine, psychiatry, neurology is an evolving field, constantly evolving. There are literally hundreds of articles published every day that have to do with mental illness, neurological disorders.
This is not responsive to the question.
I'll ask another question. All right. So when you've got this overlay of inflammation and the pain responses, does it exacerbate the diagnoses that you made of the psychological disorders?
Yes.
And so in doing so, does it amplify the effects, practical effects on the patient?
Yes, and often to treat the mental part, you have to treat the physical part effectively. You don't just compartmentalize it and say, I'm just going to do this piece of it. You treat the whole patient, right? And so in order to deal with the depression, you have to deal effectively with the pain and the source of the pain, right? And vice versa.
And so in this instance, with Maya being diagnosed, let's talk about the effects of the accusations of Munchausen by proxy on this family in terms of producing these psychological disorders.
When people come to a tertiary care center, in the emergency room of a tertiary care center, they are not their best self at that time, at that moment. They are tremendously dependent, helpless, needy. They're in desperation.
This is not responsive to the question, Joe.
It's getting there.
Let's get there.
Okay. Yeah, if we can, as succinctly as we can, state how the idea that that wife and mother might be somehow is being accused of actually harming them. How did that affect them psychologically in terms of developing these disorders?
So they're not getting their needs met appropriately. They're being actually accused of...
Your Honor, may we approach?
You may. Objection sustained.
Let's stick with Maya. What was the effect on Maya of this diagnosis against her mother?
Same objection.
That's
I will allow that question.
Devastating.
Actually, hold on a second. I sustain it because of the word diagnosis.
What's
That's
the
sustaining
result?
question.
All right. What was the effect on Maya of the accusations against her mother of Munchausen by proxy?
Same objection.
We'll allow that.
Confusion, disbelief, devastation, feeling misunderstood, blamed, victimized, shamed, increase in stress rather than decreasing pain and stress, increasing stress and pain of a psychological and physical nature.
And insofar as how it related to your diagnoses of depression and of post-traumatic stress disorder, was this part of the cause there?
Yes.
And so now as time has gone on, I want to talk a little bit about the prognosis here on Maya, given what you understand about the diagnosis of CRPS and how it's going to interact in the future with your diagnosis of PTSD and chronic depression.
Okay. So Maya has evidence of 3 very chronic illnesses. CRPS, which tends to be lifelong, as you heard from Dr. Chopra. Recurrent major depressive disorder. And this is at least the 2nd or 3rd episode, severe episode that Maya has had. She's had at least 2 or 3. And we know that a lot of people don't understand this, but major depression is a brain disorder. It's one of the most disabling conditions on the planet. And we know that as it gets worse and more recurrent, each subsequent episode is harder and harder to treat. It gets more and more severe. There's something that it does to the brain in terms of making a groove in the brain so that it becomes more and more treatment refractory with time. And the same is true for PTSD. And when you have this kind of comorbidity, comorbidity just meaning multiple disorders, particularly when you have a chronic pain-related disorder, that makes the psychiatric component tend to be more severe and harder to treat because you have to treat the pain disorder effectively to treat the mental disorder as well. PTSD tends to be a chronic disorder. Studies shown 20 years later, 40% of people still have the full diagnosis of PTSD. This is big studies done by the World Health Organization.
Your Honor, object to the bolstering.
Overrule, you can continue.
So there have been a number of long-term studies of PTSD showing that it tends to be a chronic disorder. And Maya has already had PTSD now for 6.5 years. And so
What does that indicate now that she's had it consistently through this period of time?
It indicates that it's not something that just goes away with no treatment, and sometimes with treatment, sometimes with the best treatment, it doesn't go away. And even when you don't meet full criteria, people often have subclinical evidence of PTSD. They don't meet the full criteria, but they meet a lot of the criteria. And so 40% may have full criteria, but then there's several tens of percent that have significant partial criteria that they're continuing to suffer with. So most people don't completely recover where they don't have any symptoms. And so when you combine all of these, the CRP, the complex regional pain syndrome, the recurrent major depression, and the PTSD. And most people with PTSD also have depression, and it makes it harder to treat. So it makes for a very guarded and negative long-term prognosis.
How does the avoidance strike it? Did you find that as part of your evaluation that Maya first had developed any avoidance techniques or problems?
Yeah.
Better way to put it.
So there are 4 major clusters of symptoms in PTSD.
And I'm going to then ask you to bring those back.
And so avoidance is one of them, and avoidance of any reminders of the trauma. And we've already heard from Maya that she avoids doctors. And that was really crystal clear in my evaluation of Maya and her family. She doesn't want to get anywhere near a medical professional, even though at some level cognitively, logically, she knows that she could probably need it, but she's not about to do it because of the fear, the intense avoidance that is part and parcel of PTSD, along with the hyperarousal, the anxiety, the intrusive images, the flashbacks, the nightmares, the sleeplessness. There's a whole host of symptoms. A lot of people think that this is just something that happens to combat veterans. No. It happens in civil life with civil interpersonal traumas all the time, especially interpersonal traumas.
Did you document those symptoms in Maya Kowalski?
I did, yes, in spades.
And what were the test results that brought that out, or the interview process that brought that out?
The instruments that I named earlier that measure PTSD symptoms that were endorsed by not only Maya herself, but also by Jack, and then also doing structured interview, which is the highest gold standard of diagnosing PTSD, is where you do a structured interview of using one of these reliable instruments. And I used the Kitty SADS, which is the Schedule for Affective Disorders and Schizophrenia. It's a common structured interview used in children in research and clinical settings to make sure that you get the correct diagnosis. It has very high reliability. So,
what were some of the things that Maya developed an avoidance of as a result of her experience?
So I'm just saying that you got 2 self-reports, Maya's self-report, Jack's self-report, and structured interview of Maya and structured interview of her father, Jack. And all of them confirm PTSD, is what I'm saying. Plus, there was a diagnosis made prior by Rebecca Johnson and also by the psychiatrist that subsequently saw her after, and who did not have, who was not privy to my notes, who diagnosed her with PTSD, Dr. Henschke. So
Yeah.
what symptoms did she have?
Yes, we'll give the jury some examples of the avoidance that you documented, if you've got any.
Okay. For example, not wanting to go anywhere near St. Petersburg, where Johns Hopkins is located. Not wanting to go in that direction. Not going anywhere near the hospital. Not going to any doctors. And Maya has, chronic conditions, and she needs medical care. Her best chances of having a better outcome are getting evidence-based treatment for all of the conditions that she has. But she's loath to do that because of the fear that has been a result of her PTSD and her experiences.
But doctor, she has been to say a dermatologist and to a dentist over the course of this. How does that factor in?
There are some things that are much less threatening than others. A dentist is not going to keep you in his office.
Right.
And there are certain people that she had to see just to maintain a minimum of her health. And she already had a relationship with her family physician, Dr. Wazenar, for example. He is one of the more trusted people, but she still doesn't like it, and it still may elicit intrusive imagery of her traumas.
Now, the future for her in light of this avoidance,
Yeah.
what does that portend for her ability to recover from episodes of any one of these, depression or severe PTSD or the CRPS breakouts?
Yeah. Well, she's better, but she hasn't fully recovered. And so it's a negative prognosis. And so we know, we've learned a tremendous amount in the last 30 years about the role that trauma plays in general. Some people may have heard of the Adverse Childhood Experiences Scale. And there are hundreds of articles now about the effects of adverse childhood experiences on all of the major medical disorders that people die from. We're not just talking about psychiatric disorders. We're talking about it being a validated risk factor for the development of cardiac disease and diabetes and cancer and autoimmune disorders and neurological disorders and substance use disorders and suicide and certainly depression, a certain degree of eating disorders. And so there's a host of psychiatric and medical disorders that we know are higher in people who've had childhood trauma. And this is not...
Your Honor, respectfully, this is again not...
I'm about to ask a question.
Okay, let's get to the next question.
And
So the prognosis is negative.
Doctor, let's
what I was
answer his questions.
Thank you. I was speaking more of when Maya has these problems in the future, her avoidance of, say, a hospital ER or well, pick you intensive care unit or anything associated with what went on to her. How is that going to affect her ability to recover from these episodes?
Objection leading.
Overall, you can answer that question.
It's going to likely negatively impact it if she doesn't pursue getting the proper care at the proper time and continues to avoid it.
Now, in Maya's circumstance, the process of aging and more responsibilities in her life, how will this affect her ability to deal with those or respond to those in terms of overcoming these psychological problems?
Yeah. Does life get easier as we get older? I don't think so. I think it continues to become challenging at every point. And, Maya is now still in her family's home, in her father and brother's home, but she's about to go out into the world, presumably, and eventually leave home. And so life will present any number of challenges and potential stressors and traumas. And trauma is ubiquitous. And so it's likely that she will sustain other major challenges that will likely compromise her psychologically and medically.
Doctor, I want you to assume for the purposes of this question that even at her position right now, finishing school, she still has not retaken her SATs any time in the past 5 years. She has not applied to any colleges. She has not pursued any further work or consistent hobbies,
Right.
or any real plans for what's next. Do you have an opinion based upon your background, training, and experience, and to a reasonable medical probability, if these facts indicate that Maya will have problems in the future?
Objection, mischaracterization, foundation, and speculation.
Overall, you can answer.
Maya leads a fairly sheltered and alone life, and she's withdrawn from the world. She's not as active and out in the world as she once was prior to these events. And so and one of the things that we know that happens with PTSD is that people don't have much hope. They have less hope for the future. They often think that they're going to die young. They often think that the life doesn't really hold much in store for them. They often have what is called anhedonia, and they don't experience pleasure like many of us do, just with the regular simple things in life. So there's a bluntedness and a numbing and a negativity that is kind of cast over one's overview of life going forward.
Did you diagnose allodonia in Maya to any degree?
She reported it. I didn't examine her physically, but she certainly reported it, and it's throughout the records.
Do you have an opinion based upon your background, training, and experience into a reasonable medical probability as to whether Maya Kowalski sustained post-traumatic stress disorder from the events at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
I do, absolutely, unquestionable. She did.
Do you have an opinion based upon your background, training, and experience into a reasonable medical psychological probability as to whether Maya Kowalski sustained major depressive disorder as a result of her experience in Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
I do. It was made worse and more persistent, and with the advent or addition of PTSD, it was made more relatively harder to treat and more likely treatment refractory. She did have some milder depressive symptoms going into her admission to Hopkins, and it was getting better when she was being admitted because her CRPS was getting better at that time. And then afterwards, though, she had much more severe retracted depressive symptoms. And then she had a relapse in 2020, which was right around the same time that she was in Hopkins, by the way, in November. And people often have anniversary reactions that trigger memories, they trigger depression. It's no accident, I think, that this happened in November and she had been admitted in October 4 years earlier.
Did it come to your attention that at least two of Maya Kowalski's CRPS relapses were triggered by psychological factors?
Yes.
And my question is then, how will Maya be able to know which psychological factors, as she gets older, will put her back into a CRPS relapse or a state of depression that limits her ability to function in the world?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled, you can answer.
So what can help her deal with that? I think psychotherapy could help her deal with that, to become more self-aware and harm avoidant.
So far, she's not indicated a lot of desire to go back to psychotherapy.
Definitely not.
And did you discover through your investigation why?
Yes. I think I've talked about how she doesn't want to get anywhere near a white coat or anybody in the medical profession. And because it elicits intrusive imagery, it elicits hyperarousal, fear, anxiety, depression. It brings back memories of her stay there, of her mother, the loss, the whole 9 yards.
And do you have an opinion based upon your background, training, and experience into a reasonable medical probability as to whether the psychological, psychiatric disorders you have diagnosed Maya Kowalski with will substantially impact her ability to earn money in the future, that is, diminish her earning capacity?
Yes, there's clear evidence that these kinds of disorders, particularly the combination that I've mentioned, definitely influences one's earning capacity down the road.
In terms of the prognosis that you have given us, can you give the jury some idea, although they'll hear it from Dr. Bifulco and others later, but can you give the jury an idea of, if we could get Maya to do it, what would be your recommendation as to the appropriate care?
Okay. Well, I think she needs to be in psychotherapy, as I've mentioned.
How often and in what periods?
And I think with this this is really an example of complex trauma, meaning that this is not just one incident, one single isolated incident. This is a host of events that occurred to her that make, on top of having a chronic, terribly painful illness, and on top of losing her mother and having less support. So all of that together makes her trauma complex. And so it makes her treatment more long-term. and her needing more long-term psychotherapy and more regular psychotherapy.
Can you give us some,
once or twice a week.
Okay. Quantitative
indefinitely.
factors is what I'm looking for.
Yeah, and usually psychiatrists, some psychiatrists will do psychotherapy. Most are focusing on medication management these days. But so if that's the case and she's seeing another psychotherapist separate from the psychiatrist will need to see her at least monthly in addition to her psychotherapy. And she's also, needs antidepressant medications, in my opinion, which can help not only the depression, but also the PTSD.
And
But
how often will
the
she...
combination of the psychopharmacology and the psychotherapy can also often be effective in at least significantly attenuating or dampening the symptoms that we're talking about.
All right, the 1 to 2 weeks psychotherapy. First, again, this all assumes we get Maya there to do it.
Right.
But, for what period of time, if we were to get her to do it starting in a month, how long would you expect to a reasonable psychological probability she would need to get her to the best place she could be? And my next question will be, then when she has breakouts, we want to call them, how long?
Well, it's really impossible to know when and if she will respond, and I think the answer really is, and not to be flippant, but the answer is she needs it as long as she needs it. And that could be indefinitely. And so it depends on how she does over time. And also psychotherapy and treatment, psychiatric, psychological treatment, mental health treatment is a collaborative endeavor, right? So she will decide to what extent it's helping, to what extent she needs to continue it. It's not something that's mandated, and we want to stay away from mandating anything with Maya. It needs to be focused on establishing trust and an alliance, which is going to be slow to reestablish that with someone who can see her more long-term and who can kind of look at the big picture, not only her psychiatric issues, but her medical and neurological issues as well.
You had testified previously that now the psychiatrists are involved more in the pharmacology, the writing.
Yes.
So to properly maintain her on the medications and adjust as necessary, approximately how often will she need to see a psychiatrist for those medical issues, medical psychological issues?
Well, she's had 2 or 3 episodes of major depression, has chronic PTSD, plus the CRPS, plus dealing with the bereavement. We know that when people have 3 separate episodes of major depression, they essentially need to be on antidepressant medications for life. If you had 1 episode, the chances of a next episode are 50-50. If you've had 2 episodes, the chances of another episode, no matter what you do to avoid it, are 95%. Or, I'm sorry, if you've had 2, it's 75%. If you've had 3, it's 95%. So once you've had 3 separate episodes, you pretty much need to treat people for life. And antidepressants, by and large, that may sound horrible, but antidepressants actually are very effective in a lot of people, and they have relatively minor side effects compared to the benefits that people can receive from them. Now, many people don't respond to the first antidepressant or the second antidepressant, and often it's a trial and error kind of process. And now, if you don't respond to that, or you don't get a full response to that, there are other emerging treatments that are available, like transcranial magnetic stimulation or RTMS. And so that's FDA-approved treatment for treatment refractory depression. And there are other. Actually, we know ketamine is now a treatment, very common around the country and in the world for treatment refractory depression. It's ironic, but that's the data.
All right, so once a year, twice a year, how often?
How often for what?
To see a psychiatrist to adjust her meds.
At least once a month, if not sooner. If you're starting a new medicine, it probably needs to be more frequent, every week or 2. when you're having change, when she's more stable, then at least once a month.
And how long will that last?
I would say indefinitely.
Once every 6 months, once a year?
I think given her history and given the number of episodes that she's had already, it's likely that she'll need that for life. More likely than not.
And in your opinion, based upon your background, training, and experience, are these a reasonable medical solution derived from the causation of what she experienced at Johns Hopkins?
Absolutely. Very clearly. She didn't have PTSD before she went to Hopkins.
Right. So now let's talk for a second about Maya seems to look okay outwardly.
Yep.
And she testified before the jury here. Some emotion, as you may have seen. And were you able to watch her?
Yes, I was in the courtroom yesterday watching her.
And so what the jury would like to know, I think, is, so how can she look good here in this situation and have all these things you're talking about?
Yeah, that's a common myth that you can tell by looking at people who has mental illness. And probably a third or half of the people in this room have had some kind of mental illness diagnosed. But you can't just tell by looking at people, right? And Maya has a kind of personality that tends to be perfectionistic and very stoic. And she talked about how she has a very high pain threshold. And she can be in pain, but not necessarily look like she's in pain. Because people express pain in very different ways based on their culture, based on their personality, based on their history, based on the level of support that they're having in their lives. It's a highly variable thing in terms of how people experience and express pain. And so you cannot tell just by looking at someone. You have to ask them. You have to give them permission to really talk openly and honestly about their experience, physical, mental, and you have to listen. You have to be open to what they're telling you. And we all know that the best doctors out there, regardless of specialists or specialty, are the ones who are listening to us. And we get that they get it, right? We get that they get us. And that helps form an alliance, which is really crucial to all doctor-patient relationships.
Let me ask you, is Maya at any higher risk for suicide given the combination of these problems, psychological as well as physical?
Absolutely. She has several risk factors for suicide risk. Complex regional pain syndrome. You've heard it be called the suicide disease. Mm-hmm. All right, that's because the data show very high rates of suicide in people with this disorder. She has PTSD. You may have heard out there that people with PTSD, they're up to 20 people a day, 20 veterans with PTSD a day who suicide. PTSD has a several-fold higher risk of suicide just alone. Recurrent major depression also has its own risk of suicide, right? And so we have a girl who's lost her mother to suicide. She has at some level a genetic predisposition to suicide. We know that there is a heritability component to suicide and mental disorders. And then finally, she's lost a mother. She's a child who psychologically has lost a mother at a very tender age when she needed her most. And kids who lose their parents from suicide are known in the literature, and there are several studies, have a higher risk of suicide. So she has like 5 things right there in terms of high risk for suicide. And that's another reason why she needs long-term good psychiatric, psychological, mental health care with someone or some people who she can establish a trusting alliance with, because that is protective.
Do you have an opinion based upon your background, training, and experience into a reasonable medical probability as to whether Maya Kowalski will have one or more suicidal attempt or ideation through the course of her life?
Object to this speculation.
Overall, you can answer.
It's likely. The odds are in favor of that happening. Of course, we can't know any one individual, but in terms of group statistics and odds, yeah, yes.
Did it come to your attention through the course of I want to turn to Jack Kowalski for a moment. Did it come to your attention through your investigation that Jack Kowalski was being kept abreast of what was being done to his daughter at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital during that stay? I'm talking about Kathy Beatty and
only partially, and certainly not in the way that I would have liked to or expect or have seen.
And so, do you have an opinion based upon your background, training, experience, and to a reasonable medical probability, based on the test results and your history, as to whether Jack Kowalski has some degree of PTSD?
Objection. I think we need to approach on this briefly.
Would you like me to repeat it?
Please.
Do you have an opinion, based upon your background, training, and experience, and from your review, interview, and testing of Jack Kowalski, knowledge of his history, as to whether Jack Kowalski has post-traumatic stress disorder?
Absolutely, I do, and he does.
And can you give the jury, although you've been in detail with Maya, but give the jury an overview of how that is going to affect this man, and considering also that he no longer has a supporter's wife?
Yeah. It's the same kind of risk factors that I mentioned, or same kind of prognosis that I mentioned in regard to Maya, except with Jack. I mean, we know Jack was a deputy fire chief, and he responded to a lot of emergencies in his life, and he's seen a lot of death and destruction, and those are traumatic. But this trauma that he sustained with his daughter and then with his wife was absolutely, hands down, the worst trauma that he's ever experienced. And he's never had PTSD.
Objection. Outside the scope of his report.
What was he?
If you need to approach the table. Approach.
may proceed, Mr. Anderson.
You can continue.
Where were we? Please repeat.
What I'd like you to do, having asked the formal question, is explain how Jack's PTSD, the degree of it, and how it's going to affect him,
Right.
particularly in light of the fact he doesn't have Beata.
Yeah. It has affected him over the course it's been enormously stressful. He also has chronic bereavement, complicated bereavement. They're living in the same house that Beata hung herself in.
What's the deal with that? I mean, is that good or bad or what?
Well, I'm not going to say good or bad, but I can say that it's a huge reminder and a painful reminder of living with that every day in the garage, going out, Maya going out to get in her car. She has to pass right by that place where they have a rosary hanging, where Beata hung herself. And so Jack is really geared toward, like Beata was, Jack is super geared toward raising his kids and taking care of his kids and loving them to the best of his ability. And he's really kind of, in a selfless way, putting their needs above his own. And that's just kind of who he is in terms of my assessment. And Maya's getting ready probably to leave the nest at some point in the near future, and then Kyle's right behind him. And so Jack is going to be alone, and he doesn't have his spouse. And I think
and how old is he? 60?
He's 62 or 3 or something
So
like
he's not
that.
going to be hitting the bar scenes.
What's that?
He's not going to be hitting the bar scenes.
Probably not. And so, he's preoccupied. And again, PTSD keeps you preoccupied with the trauma. And he's also depressed. And so...
So how does that affect his ability to eventually develop a meaningful relationship with...
It impairs his ability to socialize and get out and date and meet new people. And even though he has a lot of support, he's certainly not had any kind of romantic life and is not interested at this point. So he's retired, and so...
Your Honor, just to renew the objection, if that's outside the scope. Overruled.
And so, PTSD, no matter what age it occurs and affects you, has negative outcome, negative implications for your health, period. Not just mental health, but physical health, as I have explained earlier. This has been overwhelming, absolutely overwhelming, and you just don't recover from this kind of a thing.
Let me ask you a little bit about Kyle Kowalski. It come to your attention that Kyle Kowalski was there in the house at the time that Beata took her life?
Yes.
And did you have the opportunity to listen to the 911 call?
I did, yes.
And did you have the opportunity to interview Kyle and test Kyle as well?
I did.
Same objection. Overruled.
And Kyle also suffers from PTSD and depressive symptoms.
I have to ask the right question.
Okay.
Do you have an opinion based upon your background, training, and ability? Do you have an opinion based upon your background, training, experience, and to a reasonable medical probability as to whether Kyle Kowalski has sustained a psychological injury, in this case, a form of PTSD or otherwise, as a result of the loss of his mother?
Yes, I do, and yes, he did.
Objection overruled.
And so, assume for the purposes of this question that Kyle stays out of the house as much as he possibly can and tries to get off to fish alone or just with a friend as often as he can, or any activity that takes him away. How does that affect your opinion on Kyle's ability to reintegrate after the loss of the core family?
Well, I think Kyle is coping in the best way that he knows how. He fishes a lot. He's very quiet and reserved, and in my view, withdrawn. You know, he he has a very limited set of friends. He's not really involved in other activities in school. He kind of, he's doing virtual school. And so I think he's a very sad and anxious young man that will definitely be negatively affected. And he's lost his mother, and it was also traumatizing for him to see what happened to Maya and to see her suffer so much.
So overall, this family group, when you have the interaction of all three people having these depressive post-traumatic issues, what does it do to the prospects of any sort of favorable result down the road?
Yeah. What people don't understand, I think, often is that PTSD causes a wound, and even to the extent that people heal and get better, we know from a lot of studies, neurochemical studies, brain imaging studies, literally leaves a scar in the brain. The hippocampus is a part of the brain that mediates memory, and there's a high concentration of cortisol receptors. And I mentioned the stress axis, the stress system, and the response to stress. Hormone levels of cortisol go sky high in the face of these kinds of traumatic events. And it literally kills off neurons in the hippocampus. And several studies we know show that the hippocampus decreases in size in people with PTSD. So there's literally a physical scar in people who have PTSD. And there are other neurochemical problems that we know are long-lasting. And PTSD becomes biologically embedded in the body, in the brain, in the person. Literally biologically embedded. Not only, that's one example of one finding that we know about PTSD. The other thing is inflammation. And we're learning more and more and more about the neurological processes of depression and PTSD, and how these mental disorders involve alterations in the brain, right? And one of the ways, and that's a focus of a lot of research currently that overlaps with the CRPS, is inflammation. And a lot of these disorders, depression, involves higher inflammation. PTSD, inflammation. And that's thought to be the mechanism that long-term causes a higher risk of all of the leading causes of death in this country. That's how trauma and adverse childhood experiences and other traumas end up. That's the mechanism of which these traumas lead to a higher morbidity and mortality. Just getting sick and dying early is what that means, morbidity and mortality. Getting sicker sooner and dying sooner.
Now, I forgot to ask you, or if I did, maybe I'm repeating myself, but did it come to your attention that Maya had tried a number of the activities and, a job in this period since the loss of her mother, and had not kept up with them for very long? Did that come to your attention? And is this, because the juror want to know, well, she did try ice skating and she tried working at Cracker Barrel. How does her history that way affect any of your diagnoses?
I think it's evidence for the veracity or the accuracy of the diagnoses I'm making, is that her interest in and ability to interact in the ways that she did previously, has decreased. She doesn't play the piano anymore. She doesn't go to church much in the way anymore. She doesn't ice skate anymore. She doesn't do a lot of the activities. She's not involved in the clubs and the school activities that she used to be involved in. There's a lacklusterness about her, a numbing, a decrease in her interest and pleasure in getting involved in these kinds of activities.
She has been able to, though she has had a boyfriend.
She has had a boyfriend, which I think is really good. And she did get one job at Cracker Barrel, and that didn't last very long because she got triggered in many different ways, and it comes back to the PTSD and the avoidance.
Did she see somebody that she that
She's seeing people that remind her of Kathy Beatty and other people that she didn't have good experiences with at Hopkins. She's scared that she's going to run into people that took care of her, quote unquote, in Hopkins.
So what you're saying?
She has less energy. She has less motivation. She still has pain. And she found out that she couldn't really do all the things that she wants to do and thought she could do. But she was willing to give it a try.
Do you have an opinion based upon your background, training, and experience into a reasonable medical psychological probability as to whether both Kyle Kowalski and Jack Kowalski either have or show signs of major depressive disorder?
Same objection.
Overruled. You can answer.
Yes, they're all depressed. They're all traumatized and depressed.
Do you have an opinion based upon your background, training, and experience into a reasonable medical probability as to whether Jack Kowalski has persistent bereavement disorder, complex bereavement disorder?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
Same ruling. You can answer.
I think that he does. And again, there's a kind of preoccupation with the deceased. You can't get that person and what happened to that person and what that person did out of your mind. It becomes a kind of obsessive kind of preoccupation. And it's, there's a lot of bitterness and anger toward the loss, which is certainly somewhat understandable. And there is a lot of avoidance of the reminders. I think one thing that is evident is that Maya and Kyle, as you mentioned, take any chance they can to get out of the house and avoid the reminders. Not only does she not go to anywhere near Hopkins in Tampa, but they also avoid their own house because that's the scene of the crime, if you will. So difficulty trusting others since the death is part of the criteria of persistent complex bereavement. Feeling alone, feeling like no one understands you. Confusion about one's role in life.
Your Honor, some responses to the question.
These are the criteria for persistent
Let's wait for our next question.
So overall, do you, for the entire family unit, what is your prognosis, favorable or unfavorable?
Unfavorable.
Your witness.
Well, members of the jury, I think this is a good time for us to take a morning break. Please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation. Receive no information. Let's try to keep this to a 10-minute break.
All rise. Jurors exiting. Jury's out of our presence. Doctor, you're in the middle of your testimony, so you can't talk to either side. You feel free to go take a break. Is there anything we need to address before we go on our break?
If the court has the opportunity, I'd like the court to peruse Trial Exhibit 233A32, which is the doctor's conclusion in his medical examination report as to his opinions regarding Dr. Fassenstein and Dr. Cabot.
I don't have it, so someone's going to have to put it up.
We will put it up.
Everyone can be seated, or you can go on a break, or whatever you want to do. Just as a reminder, I do have a hard stop at 11:55 this morning. So if we're still with this witness, he's going to have to come back after lunch. And you can go to the restroom and all that good stuff.
Seated, everybody. Okay, when we come back with the jury, are you going to continue, Mr. Anderson, or is it going to the defense?
I asked those two questions, as I previously stated, and it will be for the record, so nobody objects. Doctor, in this case, there was a diagnosis of psychological factors affecting other medical conditions. Please explain this diagnosis, psychological factors affecting other medical
Mr.
conditions.
Anderson, we already did it without the doctor in our presence, so that's,
Okay.
unless you're changing what we discussed.
I am.
No, he said unless you are.
Oh, no, you're fine. I'm just paranoid a bit.
I guess I need to watch my pronouns, the we, meaning you. Anything before we bring in the jury?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, let's take the.
Your Honor, just very briefly, we just want to renew the motion to strike the testimony regarding the PTSD diagnosis of Jack Kowalski and Kyle Kowalski, as no formal exams were ever done by Dr. Brewerton.
So the court's going to continue its rulings. Let's bring in the jury. Yes, sir.
All rise. Jurors entering.
Okay, please be seated, everybody. Members of the jury, I want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and you received no information. Is that all correct? Correct. And that you did not see any media coverage about this case since you were last with us? Correct. And no one's approached you about this case. Is that correct? Correct. Mr. Anderson.
Dr. Brewerton, in this case, the jury may hear a diagnosis of psychological factors affecting other medical conditions. Can you explain this diagnosis, that is, psychological factors affecting other medical conditions, what it means?
Sure. Yes, psychological factors affecting medical disorders is a DSM bona fide diagnosis made by Dr. Katzenstein in the record at Hopkins. And it's diagnosed when a medical condition, a known diagnosed medical condition, is adversely affected by psychological or behavioral factors. Attitudes and behaviors regarding illness or co-present with the illness can affect the course of the illness. And we've talked about how depression and pain is a subjective thing, and depression and pain often go together. And depression and anxiety can certainly alter the course of how one perceives one's condition.
Doctor, does it confirm or conflict with a physical condition?
It confirms a physical condition. It's diagnosed when there is a bona fide physical condition already diagnosed.
Can you tell us then how, well, I think I just asked you that same question, but how does it conflict with or contradict a diagnosis of conversion disorder in Maya Kowalski, if such had actually been made?
It conflicts.
Objection, Your Honor, some objection.
Overruled. You can answer that.
Yeah, they're incompatible with each other. It conflicts. You're acknowledging the presence of a general medical condition, in this case, complex regional pain syndrome, and that there are psychological factors that affect the course of complex regional. And so with conversion, the disorder isn't real, or it's not caused by organic factors.
Your witness. Thank you, doctor.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Um,
It's still morning, though.
It's been a long day. Okay. Good morning. So, your charges to be here today, we haven't discussed those yet. What do you charge?
I charge $400 a day. I'm sorry, $400 an hour, and for a day, $4,000.
Okay, you were here all day yesterday?
Yes.
And did you charge $4,000 for that?
I haven't done my invoice yet.
Okay. Doctor, you're going to submit a bill.
I haven't decided. I'm going to discuss it with the plaintiff's attorneys.
Doctor, your typical charges for being in court are $4,000 a day.
Yeah.
Correct? So you have that for today, correct?
Yes.
And your typical charge would be, that would be for yesterday as well, correct?
This is not typical. This
It's
whole
not?
experience and coming to hear testimony all day is not typical. I've never done that before.
At the time of your deposition, at least, you had also put 71 hours into the case, correct?
Correct.
And so if we're doing that, as my partner, Mr. Hunter, says, there'll be no math, but 71 hours times $400 an hour would be $28,000.
Right.
Plus the time that you prepared to get ready to come testify, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say we're in excess of $40,000 at this point, true?
True.
About 20 to 40% of the work you do is done to testify in court, true?
It's forensic work. It's not necessarily testifying. Usually most things don't go to trial or into court.
It's for a legal basis.
Yes.
Now, in terms of baseline assessment, you do agree there's nothing in Maya Kowalski's record before she went to All Children's Hospital on October 7th, 2016, that would count as a thorough baseline assessment of her, true?
What kind of an assessment?
A thorough assessment to see if she had, for example, PTSD for all of the medical treatments that she underwent prior to going to All Children's. There's no baseline assessment for that, is there?
She had assessment by Rebecca Johnson, a counselor.
Okay. Well, I'll get back to that. Well, actually, let's talk about that first, then I'll get back to my question. Rebecca Johnson diagnosed pre-existing anxiety and depression, correct?
Right. Adjustment disorder.
Okay. So, just so it's clear for this jury, prior to anything that my client did or didn't do, Maya Kowalski had a diagnosis of anxiety, depression, and adjustment disorder, correct?
She had adjustment disorder with
Okay.
mixed emotions.
And you also saw, did you not, in reviewing Ms. Johnson's records, that she had anxiety and depression related to her pain?
Yes.
Okay. And that was all before she ever entered All Children's Hospital, true?
Correct.
And getting back to the question I asked you, nobody, no psychiatrist, no psychologist, nobody at the request of the Kowalski family ever had a psychiatrist evaluate Maya to see if she suffered from PTSD, correct?
There was no psychiatrist that did that, but I think in the general course of being assessed for clinical care, people genuinely, routinely ask about trauma. And so generally that's a gate question, and if people answer that they've had some sort of a trauma, then people ask the questions about PTSD symptoms. But there was no history given of any major trauma other than having the illness, CRPS, prior to Hopkins.
Well, you testified to this jury a moment ago about all your methodology and the
Yeah.
questions and the questionnaires that you require before you can come to this diagnosis. That was never done before, true?
This is a forensic assessment. That's correct. No forensic assessment to this detail had ever been done before.
So I understand your testimony. There is no forensic assessment of Maya Kowalski prior to her going to All Children's that you can compare with what you found, true?
It's true, but part of the forensic assessment looks at the whole life history of traumas and when those traumas occurred. and there was no indication of prior major traumas other than having complex regional pain syndrome prior to Hopkins.
Well, let's talk about that for a moment. You told the jury freely that your understanding of complex regional pain syndrome is it's a lifetime debilitating condition that deals with the most extreme pain known to man, correct?
Correct.
And you're certainly not denying to this jury that having that condition that you believe she had prior to going to All Children's is going to affect a patient severely psychologically, correct?
It can.
Okay. Well, it did for Maya, didn't it?
To some extent, yes.
Right, because it wasn't just that she had CRPS before she went to All Children's. She had been in a wheelchair for over a year, correct?
Correct.
She had gone to Chicago for treatment, right?
Correct.
She had undergone 40 hyperbaric oxygen therapy inside a chamber, right?
Correct.
She also had over 60 ketamine infusions that caused, some of which caused hallucinations, correct?
Correct.
And she also was taken to a foreign country and put in a ketamine coma for 5 days, correct?
She volunteered. She wasn't taken. She went with her family and with informed consent and participated in that procedure. Yes.
A procedure that a child at the age of 9 was told was a 50-50 risk of death. True?
That's what I'm informed by.
And you're not, are you telling this jury that in light of all of that, Maya had no built-in trauma before she went to All Children's? None of that affected her psychologically?
When I say trauma, I'm talking about a criterion A trauma in the DSM-5. Life is, let me finish, please. Life is traumatic, and there's a distinction between stress and trauma. And trauma is defined best by the 3 E's. It's not just an event. It's also the experience of the event and whether there are adverse effects from the experience of that event. That's what really defines a stressor as being traumatic, or an event as being traumatic. And she had the support of her family. This was something they all agreed to. They went into it knowing the risk, and it has to be balanced with the intensity of her pain and the lack of response to other treatments.
You saw that her quality of life before she went to All Children's was 0. Are you saying that didn't have a traumatic effect on her?
It could have.
Let me ask you about some of the assessments that you did of Maya.
Okay.
After the fact. Do you have your testing with you, doctor, or no?
My testimony? No.
I'm sorry, doctor. Do you have your testing with you?
No.
Okay. I'm happy to, just to establish that the evaluation that you did on Maya was February of 2022, correct?
The evaluation was
the date of your
in...
report, sorry.
Yes,
okay.
That's right.
Do you remember having Maya fill out a score sheet on activities in the state of her health at the time?
Yes.
And she reported to you when you asked her whether she had any problems with walking, running, sports, exercise, lifting something heavy, or doing chores around the house. How much of a problem that was either never or almost never, correct?
If that's what's on there, yeah.
Okay. You are aware, in having sat here in court yesterday, that Maya Kowalski testified that she had no signs or symptoms of CRPS relapse for 6th, 7th, or 8th grade, correct?
Correct.
And so, in terms of how she did after coming out of All Children's, you are aware that she became president of her class?
Yes.
You're aware that she became president of several clubs, including Students Against Tobacco?
Okay.
You're aware that she has a boyfriend?
Yes.
You're aware that she had a job?
Yes.
You're aware that she traveled to New York City for film festivals?
Yes.
You're aware that her plans are to, I think she said her horizons for college were broadening. Not just FSU or Duke, but maybe New York City for college. You heard her say that, didn't you?
I did hear that.
One moment, bro. Her grades were impeccable after she got out of all children's. True?
True.
I mean, she can't do much better than number one in the class, can she?
From that perspective, that doesn't mean she's not suffering with a mental illness.
Yeah, I'm talking about her function in everyday life. She's excelling in school. True?
Therefore, she doesn't have a problem.
I'm asking about her grades. She's excelling.
Yeah,
in school.
she's very smart. She did well. She's persistent. Never give up.
I don't have any other questions at this time.
She doesn't actually go to school, does she?
No. She's
Does
been
her
in,
own courses
that's right.
and stays away from interactions other than submitting things on the internet.
Correct. I also think that her teachers were quite aware of her journey and have been flexible with her in terms of doing her schoolwork.
These different associations and things, weren't those things where she didn't actually go to anything? She just was part of a chat room or submitted things online to be part of it?
I'm not sure.
And so, what are the 3 E's you were discussing again? Event, experience?
Event, experience, and effects.
Okay.
And it's important distinction when you're talking about whether something is traumatic or not. We all experience traumatic events, but that doesn't mean that they're going to necessarily adversely affect us. It depends on what our experience is of those events. A hurricane, for example. Many people in this room, there was a hurricane here, and that was an event. But people had very different experiences of the hurricane and very different effects of the hurricane, drastically different. And some people were traumatized, therefore, by the hurricane, and many people were not at all, right? And that's true for any kind of trauma that there is, traumatic event, right? And so that's why it's so important to talk about the 3 E's and really as a more in-depth and full experience of what, or definition of what trauma really is. And this comes out of SAMHSA. This was published over a decade ago in terms of defining trauma. The Substance Abuse Mental Health Services Administration that oversees all mental health and substance abuse treatment facilities in the country. This is their definition of that.
Maya's very, very intelligent, is she not?
She is.
She is nonetheless still a teenager.
Correct.
Her perceptions of her life may or may not be accurate when it comes to the future and what's truly going on as a teenager.
Correct.
And the Kowalskis, in fact, did hire a psychiatrist to evaluate and to treat Maya, independent of anything else. Dr. Hensky, did they not?
That's correct.
No further questions?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Members of the jury, do any of you have any questions? Okay, members of the jury, it looks like there's quite a few, so I'm not gonna say go to your room, but we'll see in a few minutes. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information. jury is out of our presence, Dr. Brewerton, if you could so kindly step outside so we could go over these without you knowing about them. Okay. This is, let's go with red number 1, upper left-hand corner of the questions that remain on this. Oh, there's only one that remains. In your professional opinion, does the PTSD Maya experiences result from negative events? And I should say that Dr. Brewerton is out of our presence. In your professional opinion, does the PTSD Maya experiences result from negative events that she experienced, not the direct result of the Munchausen by proxy diagnosis?
That's going to happen.
Yeah, we have to object to this one.
I don't object because that was something I thought was going to come up. It was a question that the jury would have, and I think the jury should be able to answer the jury's inquiry. That is a perfectly legitimate question.
The Munchausen by proxy diagnosis is not as to Maya.
Yes, pediatric hospital.
And he can explain that. And it's a pediatric hospital.
In the fear that it's going to open the door for opinions that have been precluded by the court.
He's been instructed ad nauseam not to get anywhere near that.
Well, perhaps we'll allow it, and perhaps Mr. Anderson can again remind him before he takes the stand again to avoid. Okay.
You stay away from any standard of care or other such arguments and stick strictly to causation. If I'm understanding everyone here.
Number 2, red number 2. How much did you review Beata and her state of mind during Maya's ordeals? Next question. What are the 3 major depression incidents you refer to?
I have something along those lines.
No objection to number 2. In terms of number 1, he obviously never evaluated Beata, and there's nothing in his report that talks about what Beata's state of mind was at the time, so the undisclosed opinion.
Let me suggest something that I was hoping to bring up. Dr. Brewerton did, in fact, if you read his report, evaluate Beata, and we have Dr. Richards. I am running out of time, and I think that if the parties are so inclined, the court more so inclined, I think Dr. Brewerton can cover quite a bit, and it's not that much of what Dr. Richards would have to say, and I prefer not to have to call Dr. Richards because I don't have time for Dr. Richards. So perhaps by answering this question, he could cover an area, and I won't have an extra witness to deal with.
On this one, or are we good to move on to the next one?
We're good.
You can have a seat. What the lawyers just went over with you, there's a couple of questions that the jury has that I want to preview to make sure before I make my final ruling. Here's a question. How much did you review Beata and her state of mind during Maya's ordeals?
I reviewed all the information in regard to that.
What specifically?
The statements in the record, in the Hopkins record about her presentation to the hospital, her suicide note, her diary entries, some of the text messages. I certainly talked with Jack about that at the time. I've reviewed the therapy records that Beata prior to the Hopkins admission. It was done, I believe, by Michelle Rogers and initially by Rebecca Johnson, who referred them to Michelle Rogers. So a number of things I think that are relevant to her state of mind.
Any follow-up, Mr. Shapiro, on that?
Well, that's more of a legal argument.
Okay. Here's the next question, Dr. Brewerton. The question is, do you still follow with Maya and her family for any follow-up sessions? Are you able to answer that in a yes-no fashion?
No. I am able to answer it, and the answer is no, because I'm not her clinician, I'm not her doctor.
Okay. So I think that answer is fine.
I'm not sure the doctor understands the question. The question is about whether he has had contact with Maya.
No, the question is, do you still follow with Maya and her family for any follow-up sessions?
Oh, as a doctor.
Yeah, in what capacity? As an expert, I did follow up. But I'm not her treating physician. I'm not her treating psychiatrist. But in terms of evaluation for the purposes of the court, I did follow up.
Any objection to the answers that?
Yeah. No, as long as he doesn't get into the substance of it.
I mean,
in light of the court's ruling, I mean, we've already made our case on that.
I mean, respectfully, his first answer was the correct answer. He doesn't follow it. And the problem is after some coaching.
Okay, now, here's the thing. I've made some rulings with respect to what can and can't come in. And so I just needed to hear what it was going to be, because I want to make sure that your answers aren't going to cause a mistrial in this case.
Yeah,
so I think it's better for me not to ask the question, and I will sustain the defenses.
When you asked me, I assumed they meant as a clinician.
I know, but it has nothing to do with you. It's just rulings I've made previously in the case. So I'll tell the jury I can't ask that question. Now, going back to the other one about the state of mind.
Right. So the Dr. Brewerton was proffered entirely as to Maya, her future needs, and some opinions that are excluded. There's nothing in his 37-page report that gives a diagnosis of Beata. And so this is far outside the scope of what he's been disclosed for and the scope of his opinion.
Well, this question doesn't ask for an opinion, though. It just asks if he reviewed Beata's state of mind. It doesn't ask for an opinion.
Right. So then whether he reviewed it or not would not be relevant to the opinion that he's proffering.
We believe it would be, obviously, as to the effect it had on Kyle, Jack, and Maya.
Well, if I allow it, though, you're still not going to be able to get any or elicit any opinion. Do you understand that?
Well, I do. Absent, I would ask you, Counsel, for an ability to broaden his scope a little bit so I wouldn't have to bring another expert in. But if that's not happening, then
It's not happening.
All right.
Well, okay, so I'm going to allow the question, but there's not going to be no opinions.
Right, and there'll likely be no, well, I understand.
Okay. I will remind you in front of the presence of the jury that you're still under oath. I just kind of wanted to give you the heads up. Okay, let's bring in the jury. Remember, I have an 11:55 hard stop.
was I going to last, Judge?
Well, it's just a lunch meeting.
Okay.
I'll be back at the normal time. It's just, since I'm chairing the meeting, I've got to be there on time.
Yes.
One would say if you're chairing the meeting, you have control of it.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Please be seated. Members of the jury, I want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct? And you did not see any media coverage about this case? And no one has approached you about this case? Yeah. Now, members of the jury, there's going to be some questions I can ask and some that I cannot. And so if I do not ask the question, you just know that I'm not able to ask the question. Dr. Brewerton. Oh, and the same thing goes as with prior. Dr. Brewerton was outside when I reviewed these with the lawyers. The jury wants to know, in your professional opinion, does PTSD that Maya experiences result from negative events that she experienced, not the direct result of the Munchausen by proxy diagnosis?
Yes.
How much did you review Beata and her state of mind during Maya's ordeals?
I reviewed a lot of information regarding that, not only the records at Johns Hopkins, but her treatment records with Michelle Rogers and Rebecca Johnson. I reviewed records from other hospitals, what they said about Beata and her interaction with staff there. I've looked at diary entries. I looked at her suicide note. I've heard audio tapes. I looked at text messages. So all of the information that I was given, a lot of it did apply to Beata's state of mind.
Next question from the jury. What are the 3 major depression incidents that you refer to?
There's one episode before her admission to Johns Hopkins that which she was getting better from at the time that she was around the time, and that had to do with her CRPS getting better. And then after the death of her mother and the hospitalization at Hopkins, there was another episode. And then the third one has to do when she relapsed in 2020, November of 2020. And those are that's the third one. And to what extent the third, overlaps with the second is not clear. But those are 3 distinct periods where she was significantly depressed.
Dr. Brewerton, does Kyle Kowalski have symptoms of PTSD, anger, or depression?
Yes, all of the above. He meets criteria for DSM-5 for PTSD, recurrent major depression, or simply major depression. And yes, he's angry.
The next question. In your testimony, you were asked about Maya Kowalski being tested for PTSD before going to Adjourns. Are you saying she did not trigger a response in later evaluations that would require a PTSD evaluation?
If I understand the question correctly, there was no evidence of PTSD prior to her admission to Hopkins. There was evidence of PTSD by other independent providers that were not privy to my evaluation, and those included Rebecca Johnson, who said that she had PTSD, and also Dr. Henschke, the psychiatrist that testified, I think, earlier in the trial. She independently diagnosed her with PTSD as well. I think that's it.
Okay. Next question. Has it been brought up why they, meaning the Kowalskis, one or all, desire to reside in the home that tragedy occurred in?
I think they're certainly considering moving. I don't know that they want to stay there. I think they've been so preoccupied with the events after Beata's death and with Maya and with the trial and the lawsuit. And they have a life here. They've been here a while and they have a life here. And I think once this is over, they would very well consider moving. They've considered it, but for any number of factors, have not done it. I think as a result, they avoid being there as much as possible, particularly the kids. But I think Jack is definitely considering getting out of the house. They want to.
The next question is, does a Munchausen by proxy diagnosis apply to the parent or the child?
Munchausen by proxy applies to the parent. However, there were diagnoses of factitious disorder for Maya. So that's an important point. In the discharge summary,
I think you've answered the question. Have you ever met Beata?
No.
Okay. Did you?
I had no involvement with the Kowalskis prior to being asked to consult on this case.
Have you reviewed any recordings? Or how many recordings did you hear by minute from Beata Kowalski?
I heard by minute. I would ballpark maybe 50 to 60 minutes, including phone calls to Beata at Hopkins, but other ones as well in terms of videos taken by the family, and also exams of Maya by Dr. Kirkpatrick. That's all the ones I can think of right now.
Well, you might have answered the next question, is how many videos did you review by minute?
Oh, okay. An hour or two, something on that order.
Okay. The next question, you mentioned that Maya Kowalski is sheltered and withdrawn. Is Maya Kowalski an extrovert or introvert?
Well, I didn't formally assess that. There are certain assessment instruments to assess whether someone is introverted or extroverted. My impression, though, is that she was much more extroverted before going to Hopkins. And I think that can be kind of confused with depression, because depression kind of makes one more introverted relative. They're more withdrawn, more to oneself, less reaching out. And again, part of that is the anxiety and discomfort and fear and distrust that comes out of PTSD.
Members of the jury, I've asked all the questions that I'm going to be able to ask. Mr. Anderson.
I don't think I've got any questions.
No questions, sir. Thank you.
And may he be excused?
He may. I'm not going to release him at this time, but he can.
Okay. So apparently you're still going to be under the subpoena, but you're free to leave for the day.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, members of the jury, given the time, I think it's going to be a good time for us to take a lunch break. Let me just think through the time for a second. Let's have them ready to go at 1:15. Have a wonderful lunch. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information. We'll see you. Have a good lunch.
All rise. Jurors exit.
We'll be back at 1, but are there any issues we need to address before we go on break?
We'd just like to know, is it Dr. Kirkpatrick or Dr. Hopkins?
Dr. Kirkpatrick's here.
Okay.
Let me know.
Okay,
That's all.
we'll see everybody at 1 o'clock.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, please be seated, everybody. Sure. I had the exact same thought.
2041? Everything is except 118.
Thank you.
I don't know if he's in the order approved.
I think we're muddling a bit, Your Honor. We were just like on the record beforehand of just calling tomorrow.
Okay, so we're back from lunch.
Yes, thank you.
You all are ready, so.
We're having an ecumenical moment.
I'm so sorry?
We're having an ecumenical moment.
Well, I'm still just looking at our decorations over here.
I know that guy.
It's almost Halloween.
I'm assuming that is a demonstrative aid being used with Dr. Kirkpatrick.
Yeah, I didn't really expect that in the courtroom, to tell you the truth, Judge. I was wondering why you were smiling so much, and I turned around and realized it's because of our buddy here. I'm not going to use it with Dr. Kirkpatrick. Maybe we need to get it out of here so he's not tempted, okay? Because that could add an hour or two.
If we're not going to be using the skeleton,
He may want to use it.
It needs to leave.
I don't want to ask him to. I mean, let's get Herbert over there.
oh, so we've named the skeleton now? It's Herbert?
Yeah, it's not Herbert. It's
Charles.
I'm sorry?
I thought it was Charles.
Charlie? Herbie? Are we doing something that requires the white noise machine?
Apologies again. Mr. Anderson, the lineup for tomorrow is who?
It was just sent over to Ms. Crawls has it.
Okay. So if you could just tell us who it is?
Sure. Depositions to be played of Dr. Napolitano, Dr. Perno, Dr. Vose. Depending on how ambitious the court is this evening, Dr. Newberger's deposition. We doubt that's going to happen. We understand. Dr. Corcoran, Joe Corcoran, will testify. Regina Camille, I don't know exactly how to pronounce her last name. It's Beata's sister from Chicago. And Jessica Blackrick, potentially the guardian ad litem in the underlying proceeding.
With respect to Dr. Newberger, I have an in-a-court meeting as soon as I leave here. So it's before I can even start, it's probably going to be 9:30 or 10 o'clock tonight.
We understand. So most likely Thursday.
Judge, I'm going to advise the court, having done the objections, there are a lot of them. And the answers are 5 pages long for each question. So it's not, I'm just advising the court, it's going to take considerable time, I believe, of the court's energy to go through that deposition.
Yeah, I've already kind of looked at it.
Okay.
All I want to say is I remind the court that narrative response is to the form of the question.
Okay.
There's a lot of narrative response going on.
Judge, the other, I don't know if something else needs to happen before this witness. If not, I wanted to raise the issue of the number of before and after witnesses that they are bringing. The sister who they want to testify live through Zoom, through the, I understand, interpreter, to my understanding would be just another, before, what we would call before and after witness. They've already had at least 4. Suggesting that at some point it's a 94-3.
I'll be candid. The reason I'm calling her, she speaks Polish, and there's only a couple points I need to make. And primarily it is that without Beata around, it's becoming increasingly difficult for the children, and Jack for that matter, to stay in touch with Beata's side of the family. That and 1 or 2 other points, but it's not of the typical before and after. I'm sure she'll say she misses her sister, but that's not the point of the testimony. It is more simply about they all speak Polish primarily and mostly Polish. Leave it at that.
I continue to evaluate, but so far I haven't seen, at least with witnesses, that much cumulative. So, anything else?
We have a couple Williams witnesses, Williams Rule witnesses on the Sally Smith thing. I was wondering if the court had glanced at it. We can take that up tomorrow. It only got filed at 7:30 last night.
See if it's docketed yet. Yeah, it looks like it was docketed, so I'll take a look at it, but I haven't read it yet, so.
One of the matter, Judge, the matter of the audio recordings that plaintiffs wish to withdraw from evidence may come up with this witness. Certainly one of them, perhaps 2. Both of those recordings were made by Beata Kowalski, and we are prepared to show the court that an original video recording was made by Dr. Kirkpatrick, or acknowledged by Dr. Kirkpatrick, and the audio recordings should be usable. They go to a couple of points that we wish to make in his cross-examinations.
So, if it refresh my recollection here, the issue is that Dr. Kirkpatrick may not have given consent to 3 recordings that were admitted into evidence, and the defense is saying, at least with 2 of them, that there's circumstances that would suggest that either he did not have an expectation of privacy or he previously consented? Is that
Yes.
the issue?
Yes.
And how am I going to make this determination? What am I going to be looking for?
Well, you're going to look at Dr. Kirkpatrick's previous testimony and to communications that he's had with Mr. Whitney. The latter of which is what I'll start with. It's a communication from Dr. Kirkpatrick to Mr. Whitney that is timed here February 3rd-ish, 2020. Excuse me, Sunday, February 2nd, 2020 at 12:36 a.m. Attached to that communication is a summary, if you will, of follow-up evaluations of Maya Kowalski from Dr. Kirkpatrick with an indication of what his records consist of. The initial evaluation was 9/23/15, and he lists a dictated initial evaluation, handwritten notes of the evaluation, a new patient information form reviewed with the patient and the mother, all of which are in his records, by the way, and then a pre-treatment video performed with pain thresholds recorded. And then there is a follow-up on following the 4-day ketamine infusion of 11/2, the infusion was the 7th, 8th, and 9th of October. The follow-up appointment following that, there was one on October 12th, and then there was another on November 2nd that will be the subject of questioning. Once again, Dr. Kirkpatrick gives a summary, an impression, recommendations, and then says the evaluation was documented on a video recording. Those are the two recordings that we wish to play the audio of, Your Honor. In addition to that, there was a deposition taken of Dr. Kirkpatrick, well, actually a couple of them, but I would tell the court that at least one of those depositions dated 3 February 2020, about the same time. I make reference in questioning him at page 73, line 15. Did you notice or chart any skin lesions? Yes. On the day in question on 9/23/15. Answer, I'm sorry, you said chart in my initial. I said chart, yes. Answer, no, I did not. But if you look at the video, there's some things you'll see in the video which weren't charted. So in other words, he's describing there that a video did in fact exist and that he took it. A similar exchange occurs on page 77 of the same deposition. In one answer, he says at page 11, line 11 of page 7, now you know why we do so many video recordings. There's such a huge amount of information, and by doing the video recording, we probably got into that during the video recording of the initial evaluation of the patient. So then, once again, he finishes the answer and refers me to the video. In a subsequent deposition on March 16, 2022, at page 35, he makes reference, there's a long exchange that begins on page 34, carries over, but it culminates in an answer on page 35, line 19, with reference to his initial visit on September 23rd, 2015. He says, quote, by the way, all of this is documented on a video recording. And also she has weakness, she has asymmetrical severe dystonia. And then on page 37, I asked him, did you arrive at any opinion or conclusion regarding the cause for CRPS? And he answers yes, and that's documented on the video. I can go on with some others, Judge, but the point here is that he has indicated, and I'm sorry, I should mention this. On page 40, there's a discussion of that same deposition. There's a discussion of video, and I asked him, did she have suicidal ideation? Answer, I'm trying to recall. That's, by the way, no. That I think at some point we did document that on video recording the situation. That's with reference to his November 2nd, 2015 encounter with the patient, which is the subject of the other audio recording that plaintiffs have asked to withdraw. There are several other references to the same matters, Judge, but that's the bottom line is that both of those encounters, September 23rd, 2015, November 2nd, 2015, both those encounters between Dr. Kirkpatrick and the Kowalskis were videoed by Dr. Kirkpatrick. Now, we are told those videos are no longer available. There's some controversy over whether and the extent to which he lost his chart at some point. But the point for present purposes is there isn't any question, based on multiple accounts by Dr. Kirkpatrick himself, that both of those visits were recorded by Dr. Kirkpatrick of his interactions with the Kowalskis, and as a result of that, he has no business being in a position to complain that he has an expectation of privacy with reference to an audio recording that Beata Kowalski supposedly did without his knowledge. Now, I say supposedly because those things were agreed to be put in evidence, and there's a declaration that's been signed by Dr. Kirkpatrick that I won't get into that now unless the court please, but there's some real question about the authenticity of that signature in our minds.
So, and I'm going to let you respond in a moment.
Thank you.
So your position is that the audio that Beata Kowalski made is concurrent to the videos that Dr. Kirkpatrick previously made that no longer exist, allegedly.
Correct.
Is that?
Yes.
And so I guess the argument would be, since it's the exact same audio intercept, that there would not have been an expectation of privacy because Dr. Kirkpatrick himself was recording it at the exact same time.
Exactly. It's duplicative of what he himself was doing.
Dr. Kirkpatrick has been the subject of 4 depositions, 3 depositions, 2 depositions. He's been the subject of 5 subpoenas. The testimony that counsel just referenced was testimony in 2020, and it's non-specific to any particular date. When he says, by the way, all of this exists on videotape, he's referencing the fact that if you look at the videotapes that were done on October 5th, October 9th, October 12th, January 6th, and then a follow-up in May 28th of 2018, you can observe the dystonia. In that particular excerpt, he was being challenged on the existence of lesions. So he's referencing the body of videotapes that exist. Now, they have been hot on this issue for years, and he's been subject to repeated subpoenas to produce videos from these dates, which do not exist. The medical record after
let me ask a dumb question.
Yes.
So we're talking about what specific date or dates of treatment?
The dates that they are interested in playing audio recordings from are September 23rd and November 2nd.
September 23rd, 2015?
Correct. And November 2nd, 2015. Those videos do not exist.
Has anyone asked Dr. Kirkpatrick under oath if he videoed either or both of those?
Never a direct question under oath in any of his depositions as to, was there a video taken on September 23rd, 2015? It's him responding that these symptoms exist on video.
Why don't we just ask him right now?
Great.
Judges under oath saying they do exist.
Can you?
I know what he's going to say now.
Can you hand me a deposition that says
Sure can.
that he videoed September 23rd, 2015 or November 2nd, 2015?
Yes, sir, sure can. I'm handing Your Honor, first of all, the copy of the email.
I just want the deposition passage where there was a specific question as to those 2 dates. That's all I want to look at.
There's several dog-eared pages here, Judge. This is a deposition from, actually, I think this is both depositions. One from February 3rd, 2020, and the other from March 16th, 2023.
So there's a question. What page and line? What page and line am I supposed to look at?
See, the first one I believe is,
Okay, on page 73, there's a question. Did you notice, page 73, starting at line 15, did you notice or chart any skin lesion on the day in question, September 23, 2015? Answer, no, I did not. But if you look at the video, there's something. So that seems to be a pretty a specific reference to that specific gate.
He's referencing there, Your Honor, the videos that exist on dates near in time. Like I just mentioned, I think there's 5 or 6 videos that do it.
Let's just bring them in, ask them a couple questions so we can move on.
and a seminar on the on the November 2nd, Judge. If you look at page 40 on March 16th, he makes something close to the same reference. Page 40, lines 19 through 23.
And Mr. Hunter, you're going to ask the questions first of Dr. Kirkpatrick.
Stand here, face the clerk, and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. All right, you gotta go around, have a seat in that witness stand.
And you're Dr. Kirkpatrick?
I'm him.
Okay, sir, we're going to ask you a few questions about videos that
Okay.
were made, okay? Mr. Hunter's going to start.
Good afternoon, Dr. Kirkpatrick.
And you can have a seat, sir.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Did we swear the witness?
Yes, he's sworn.
Okay. Dr. Kirkpatrick, I'm going to ask you several questions about your medical records in general and your videos in particular. You do keep medical records regarding all your patients, correct?
Yes.
And you're required to do that by the Florida Board of Medicine?
I didn't hear that first word. What did you say?
You're required to do that by the Florida Board
Keep
of Medicine?
medical records, yes, correct.
Okay. As part of your medical records, you frequently videotape your encounters with patients in order to record their objective findings, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. You don't do that routinely?
No.
So when you saw the Kowalskis on September 23rd, 2015, that was your first visit, correct?
Correct.
And on that occasion, did you videotape your objective findings in your encounter with the Kowalskis?
No.
You didn't videotape any part of it?
Correct.
Not even the pain thresholds?
Correct. Oh, no, nothing was video recorded.
Okay. Do you remember when I took your deposition, or Mr. Hughes took your deposition on February 3rd, 2020?
I don't, well, I had 2 depositions. I don't know which one you're referring to by date.
The first one?
The first one?
Yes, sir.
I remember that, yes.
Okay. Do you remember the following questions and answers? Did you notice or chart any skin lesions? Yes. Your answer was yes. On the day in question, on September 23rd, 2015. Answer, I'm sorry, you said chart in my initial question, chart, comma, yes. Answer, no, I did not. But if you look at the video, there's some things you'll see in the video that weren't charted. But go ahead. One was a skin lesion on the right side where she had most severe, and then I interrupted you apparently, or someone interrupted you. You didn't chart anything about skin lesions. No, I did not chart that. Now, why would you have said to look at the video for skin lesions if no video existed?
That was making reference to, which I do on all the patients that are about to undergo conscious sedation with ketamine. I video record their baseline function, pain thresholds, so forth and so on. And on those occasions, not at the initial evaluation, but at the time just before the ketamine infusion, I do document those on a video recording. That is correct.
So in this particular case, when did you document on the Kowalskis?
In this particular case, the initial evaluation was on September 23rd, so approximately 2 weeks later, they came in for a pre-evaluation for the ketamine infusion, and on that occasion, a video recording was done documenting her function, pain thresholds, and so forth.
On October 6th, when you did the initial infusion?
I'd have to look at the date, but it's approximately 2 weeks after the initial evaluation.
Well, sir, we don't seem to have any record from your office of any further evaluation before the initial infusion on October 6th.
Objection. Misstates facts.
Do you have your records with you, sir?
Not here, no.
Okay. Let's move on to the next issue.
Let's talk about the November 2nd video.
Objection. Assumes there's a video. Object the predicate.
Well, let's get into that. Didn't you tell me in your deposition on March 16th of 2022 that this patient was having suicidal ideation?
I don't recall that conversation. You're talking about during my deposition I said such a thing. If you
Yes.
want me to look at the deposition and
I'll be happy
put
to
it
look at it
into
because
context, I'd be glad to do that.
my follow-up question about it is, your answer was, I'm trying to recall. That's, by the way, no, that I think at some point there we did document that on video recording the situation. That's your deposition. It's highlighted right there.
Right. I'm trying to figure out where that occurred in time. Let me think for a second here. I think where that was on a video recording was when she came back from Monterrey, Mexico, after being treated by Dr. Cantu, where there was a comment about she would rather. I think the comment. This is not a quote, but approximately what was said by the mother is that she'd rather go to Monterrey, Mexico, and get the ketamine infusion, and not wake up. Basically, that's not a quote, but I'm just saying basically, than to go on with life the way it was. That I don't think they used the word suicide in there.
Okay. Well,
Or anybody did. I don't think.
Let me try to orient you this way, Doctor. The records we have suggested on November 2nd, 2015, after your series of infusions, but before the patient went to Mexico, you had a visit with these folks. And that's the subject of the question and answers that I just read to you and that you just read in your deposition. Does that refresh your recollection?
Well, you're trying to refresh my recollection about the dates. There was. I'm just trying to remember now. Let's see. There was a video before the ketamine infusion. Was during the ketamine infusion. There was one after the ketamine infusion. That would be number 4. No, number 3. And then after that, I think the next infusion. The next video that was done was when she came back from Monterrey, Mexico. I believe that's correct. I'm not absolutely certain, but I have records that I could answer that in a flash, but I don't have that with me right now.
Where are they?
Well, I think most of the records are on my computer, which isn't here right now.
let me ask you this, doctor. Did you videotape any portion of the November 2nd, 2015 encounter with the Kowalski family?
I'm trying to figure out what November 2nd, what was happening on that date.
It was a follow-up visit following your.
Does someone have his records from November 2nd that we can put up on the screen to refresh his recollection?
Sure. If we could publish.
I've got it right here.
Okay.
Oh, Mr. Reyes can put it up.
No, 1055 is the exhibit number. 1055-0032.
Yes, that one. Is that in evidence?
Yes.
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 Exhibit, yes.
Does this refresh your recollection, sir?
I'm reading it now. I believe, to the best of my recollection, that there was no video done on that date, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Can I have?
You can keep asking Mr. Hunter, but
Doctor, I'd like to show you a show you the text of an email exchange between yourself and certain members of the Anderson Gwynn firm. I'll direct your attention to your email that has the red arrow beside it with the see attached asterisk.
To the record, what's the date of the email?
No. The date of the email is February 2nd, 2020. 12:36 a.m.
Yeah, I see the attached, and I see the red arrow.
Okay. Did you look at the attachment?
Oh, it's in here? Okay.
You see the summary of follow-up evaluations of Maya Kowalski?
I see that listed, yes.
You see where you list in the initial evaluation of September 23rd, 2015, a pre-treatment video performed with pain thresholds recorded?
That's correct.
Did you in fact video a pre-treatment meeting with the family that day, September 23rd, 2015?
Not on that day.
With pain thresholds? Well, why does it say that there?
Because it was pre-treatment. I was just before I was to do the ketamine infusion the next day.
Ketamine infusion, sir, was not done until October 6th or 7th.
Looking for the date.
Why would it say pre-treatment video performed with pain thresholds recorded if no such video was done?
There was a video done pre-treatment, and that was the day before the ketamine infusion, I believe. I think that's correct, yes.
And so what date was that?
With the day before the ketamine infusion, it looks like you have here recorded on here, or I have recorded on here. Let's see, pre-treat, post-treatment evaluations.
You'd agree with me that paragraph reads, initial evaluation 9/23/15, dictated initial evaluation, handwritten notes of the evaluation, period, new patient information form reviewed with the patient and mother, period, pre-treatment video performed with pain thresholds recorded, all of which appears under the date of September 23rd, 2015. Correct?
I get your point, Counselor, but I think what I'm saying here is that that date was not for pre-treatment. That was 2 weeks later. So that video was done, that's referencing here, was done about 2 weeks later.
It doesn't say that, does it?
No, it doesn't say that. No, you're correct.
You're telling Mr. Whitney here.
I'm going to butt in here. Dr. Kirkpatrick, apparently Beata Kowalski made some recordings of the appointments or a portion of the appointments on September 23rd, 2015 and November 2nd, 2015. Did you know you were being recorded by Beata Kowalski?
Your Honor, you mean on the 23rd, 2015?
September 23rd, 2015.
No, there was no video, so there was no, as far as I know, there was no recording.
No, what I'm saying is apparently Beata Kowalski did make recordings. Were you aware you were being recorded? Did you consent to being recorded?
No.
How about the same questions for November 2nd, 2015? Were you aware she was recording you, and did you consent?
On that particular date, that was the date before the ketamine infusion.
No, it was 2 weeks afterwards.
Oh, 2 weeks after?
Excuse me, it was 20 days afterwards.
If there was no, the time I consent is when I do video recordings. So they're usually, when I do a video recording, there's consent involved. But if there's no video recording, there's no consent. Is that helpful?
And you maintain that position today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything else you want to ask?
What percentage of your video, of your encounters with your patients are recorded?
Well, the ones that are recorded usually are before the treatment, so I can establish a baseline in terms of function and some of these objective measurements of pain thresholds and so forth. So
you post those on your website?
Not always. No, because some might for educational purposes, but there's always consent. As for example, in the case of Maya Kowalski, she gave consent. The family gave consent for that to be posted.
But you wouldn't give consent to their recording you?
Well, in my office, I've got HIPAA material around. I'm supposed to protect my office. And if somebody's recording and I don't know about it, that's an uncomfortable position for me to be in.
Anything else, Mr. Hunter?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I just have one question for
No, you don't. Okay, the court's going to find, based on the totality of the evidence provided to me, that on September 23rd, 2015, and on November 2nd, 2015, that Dr. Kirkpatrick was unaware and did not consent to Beata Kowalski recording the audio portion of the discussion. Under Section 934.06 Florida statutes, those may not come into evidence. So I'm going to need to know what numbers of those two, and then we're going to have to remove them from evidence because Florida law does not allow those unconsented recordings to come into evidence.
Your Honor, those were previously admitted by our mistake as Joint Exhibit 1076 and 1077.
Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to remove those from evidence. They will remain marked for identification purposes so that they will travel with the file, assuming that there's an appeal at some point by one of the, or both sides.
I would like at some point, Your Honor, perhaps after this witness retires or before the break, to make a brief proffer, perhaps in the form of an oral representation regarding the content of those videos or audios.
I think we started this, was there any indication of consent on those? And I think the answer was no.
There was not, Your Honor, but what I want to do, there's a question regarding the veracity of what you've just heard, and I want to preserve the point for appeal.
Understood. But we're 25 minutes after we told the jury that we're going to start. Anything else before? Or do you all want him to be sworn in front of the jury, or do you want me to just tell him that he's already been sworn?
I think it's fine to say he's already sworn.
It's fine.
Let's bring in the jury. Yes, sir.
All rise, jurors entering.
Okay, please be seated, everybody. Welcome back from lunch, members of the jury. I wanted to confirm while you were away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves, you did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct? And that no one has approached you about this case. Is that correct? And you have not seen any media accounts of this case. Is that correct? Okay, and our next witness, please, Mr. Anderson.
Dr. Kowalski, Anthony Kowalski.
I'm sorry?
Kirkpatrick.
Okay, members of the jury, Dr. Kirkpatrick has already been sworn, so even though you have not seen him be sworn, I'm telling you he has been sworn. Well, I appreciate that.
Please state your name for the record.
Anthony Kirkpatrick.
And where do you live?
My home address is 849.
You don't need us to give us your home address. Just
we're
county.
Okay, sorry. Hillsborough County, Tampa, Florida.
All right. And you are an anesthesiologist and pain expert?
Yes.
And how long have you been in practice?
It's over 40 years. Plus, I just don't know exactly, but it's at least 40 years. I've been practicing anesthesia.
And you were the physician who first diagnosed CRPS in Maya Kowalski?
Correct.
Okay. I'd like to give you to give the jury a brief summary of your background, training, and experience towards what you'll testify to here today, beginning with your undergrad, if you could.
Okay, I'll try. So I got my bachelor's degree from the University of San Francisco. From there, I went on to get a master's degree from the School of Medicine in Portland, Oregon. And perhaps I should clarify or explain what pharmacology is. It's not pharmacy. It's where you go in and you learn how to develop drugs in clinical settings. You teach in medical schools, which I've done. So that's pharmacology. So from there, I decided to go on and get a PhD degree in pharmacology, and that was from the State University of New York. From there, I began teaching. I actually went to Stanford for a while to do some research, and then I ended up teaching at the University of Nebraska, teaching pharmacology as a PhD. And then I went back and had an opportunity with the courses I had to get advanced placement at Ross University, which is located in Dominica. And there I took some courses, but the main part of my training took place at the University of Miami in the School of Medicine as a medical student. And I got my MD degree. And then while I was there, I was invited to give lectures in pharmacology to the anesthesiology residents, and from there the chief of the department suggested that I might want to do a residency in anesthesiology. And I took him up on the offer. Now we're going back over 40 years ago, and so at that time the residency program was only 2 years. It was a very abbreviated type of residency compared to what it's now. While I was there, I began to develop an interest in the area of pain and how to control pain better as a resident in anesthesiology. From there, with my PhD degree and my MD degree, I accepted a position at the University of Illinois in Chicago. And in that capacity, I had an opportunity, because of my PhD degree, to do some clinical research, national multi-center studies all over the United States. I'm not going to go into the details, but on a drug which is still used today. It's called Esmolol. It's a drug. It's very rapidly acting. You can control the heart rate during surgery, that sort of thing. So I set up the studies for that nationwide. Worked directly with the FDA and all that sort of thing. In the meantime, I accepted a position as an assistant professor of anesthesiology at the University of Illinois in Chicago. And I continued my interest in pain there. and got involved in, I'm not going to go into all the details, but some research on local anesthetics and so forth. But also while I was there, I developed an interest in pediatrics in anesthesia.
All right, tell us about that.
Okay, so we had one of the branch hospitals in Chicago focuses on ear, nose, and throat and eye surgeries. And they needed someone to kind of set that up so that one of the eye surgeons in particular wanted to be able to anesthetize, completely put to sleep under general anesthesia, children. And they didn't want them laying down like we normally lay kids down to do the general anesthesia. He wanted to be vertical because the instruments he had to look into the eye for diagnostic purposes were not suitable. So I tried to figure out what kind of drug to use in those circumstances. Because when you go vertical, the blood in your head goes down to your legs more or less. And I needed a drug that would keep the pressure up. And of course, ketamine does that. It's the only general anesthetic we have which supports pressure. It's the only general anesthetic we have which supports breathing, so I wouldn't have to sit there and ventilate the patient.
Right, during the procedure.
Right, during the procedure. So I'd put the patient in my lap and teach the residents how to give general anesthesia while you got a child sitting in your lap. And so that technique was developed. I spent a lot of time there teaching residents in anesthesiology about dealing with the pediatric population. From the unit.
How'd you get okay, so we're there. How did you get involved in the actual pain management part that led to RSD funding?
Right. The way that I got involved is that I was interested in a local anesthetic that would last a long, long time. There was a doctor there in the Department of Pharmacology who was dealing with these little teeny microscopic capsules of anesthetic that, because it was encapsulated, were releasing the anesthetic very slowly. And so we went ahead and got a company started to develop that so that that could be used to give a longer acting local anesthetic. So that is where I got involved with the pain, because that was the target. That was the clinical application we wanted to use. And so from the university, if I can move on.
Yes, I wanted to ask you
Sure.
A few questions in the interim. I forgot. You've received certain awards in your career, have you not, for your medical service?
Yes.
You've received the Governor's Award from then Governor Bob Martinez for contributions to science and technology.
Correct.
1989. The Abbott Laboratory Award for excellence in chronic pain. Involved the Department of Anesthesiology, University of South Florida in 1990. Is that right?
Correct.
The Governor's Award for Leadership.
Your Honor, leading.
Well, it's faster.
For this purpose, I'm going to allow it overruled.
Governor's Award for Leadership at the University of South Florida College of Medicine, presented by Governor Jeb Bush in 2002. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right. And then a Dean's Award for Outstanding Service to the University of South Florida, presented by Dean Robert Doherty, MD, in 2002. Is that right?
Correct.
When you started out, was there board certification the way we know it now?
No, not at all.
So continue now. We want to get to the RSD Foundation and what you did starting with that.
Sure.
You can jump ahead to you and Dr. Schwartzman.
Oh yeah, right. So from Chicago, I went down to the University of South Florida School of Medicine. Took a position there in the Department of Anesthesiology. And it was during that time I was fascinated, really fascinated by this syndrome. We call it a syndrome. Complex regional pain syndrome. I was fascinated by it. And back then, most of these patients were accused of being crazy. Crazy. Because there isn't any like a laboratory test you could do to make a targeted diagnosis like diabetes and so forth and so on.
What year are we talking about, approximately?
That goes back to 1988.
Please continue.
Yes. And so I was fascinated by that, and I became friends with a Dr. Robert Schwartzman. He came to the university to give a talk, and we made. He is a neurologist, and I'm an anesthesiologist, and he.
I object to the bolstering into the hearsay and appeal to authority of this without a foundation.
Why don't you ask more specific questions,
Yes.
Mr. Anderson?
Who is Dr. Schwartzman when it comes to the development of treatments for CRPS?
Judge, same objection. This is improper.
Overruled on that one.
Yes, Dr. Schwartzman is probably considered the most highly published individual in the field of complex regional pain syndrome. Back then, by the way, it was called RSD, reflex sympathetic dystrophy.
Is that still used?
No. We finally got people to stop using that, but no, it's not used anymore.
Is there more than one kind of CRPS?
Yeah, we divide it down into basically type 1 and type 2 complex regional pain syndrome. Type 1 means there's no major nerve injury, at least evident.
Right.
And type 2 is where you got a major nerve injury. You knocked out your brachial plexus, your sciatic nerve, something like that, would fall more into type 2.
What studies then did you and Dr. Schwartzman begin towards treatment of CRPS with ketamine? How did that work?
Well, it actually started with ketamine, and that goes way back, way before 9/11. And we were trying to see if we could, there was some reason to believe it has this target, the nerve pain. The pain is coming from within the nerves itself, as opposed to the type of pain you get when you injure yourself. Substances are released into your tissue, causing pain. When you get an ulcer that's inside your body, the same type of mechanism. It's not inside your nerves, it's substances released that trigger the nerve. And those are the ketamine targets the nerve pain inside the nerve itself. Whereas these other mechanisms we talked about, the injury type and the type that you get with an ulcer, those types of pain processes are not very responsive to ketamine. To do that, you almost have to, you get pretty close to putting people under general anesthesia to really control the pain.
So tell us how the studies went. How did it
sure.
get developed?
Excuse me, I object. Very appropriate.
Let's move forward a little bit, and so we can get up to Maya Kowalski now. These results of the various studies that you performed, did it indicate that ketamine was useful in the treatment of CRPS?
Yes, in the beginning it was not doing what the patients call ketamine coma, being put under general anesthesia for 5 days. It was the low dose conscious sedation. The patient's awake, they can talk to you, but you're giving them ketamine. It's called conscious sedation.
So how did you discover this other procedure involving putting them under anesthesia?
One of the things we learned is that the benefits from the ketamine it's dose related. The higher you get the dose, the longer the response, the more vigorous the response. But there's a limit to how far you can go and still keep the patient conscious. There's going to come a point where you start to lose consciousness. And when that happens, the thing we concern ourselves with is protecting the airway, especially in children. Because children, when you give them ketamine, they tend to salivate a lot. So that saliva we all have is okay in your mouth, but it's got bacteria. It's not so okay if they get into your lungs. We call it aspiration into your lungs. and that can cause pneumonia. So remember, we're talking about conscious sedation. The patient can talk. They don't have a tube, an endotracheal tube, into their trachea to protect from the saliva going into their lungs, but they're awake. Your reflexes keep the saliva into your mouth. It's a protection we all have.
All right. So how did the intubation, general anesthesia, infusions work?
Sure. So to do a research study, you really need numbers. You really need numbers. While he had some patients there that were, now we're talking how we progressed. I'm sorry, is that what your question? How we?
No, I wanted to get across to the jury whether it was effective or not. The procedure, once perfected, whether it worked.
Yeah, it worked. It worked in the vast majority of patients. Conscious sedation with ketamine works. It gets them controls their complex regional pain center. The vast majority of them.
Now, in the studies that you did regarding the general anesthesia, were you under a review board at that time?
Yes, all studies that are clinical in nature, you have to get it done by an institutional review board. And at that time, we decided that it would be done by Drexel University, where he was professor and chairman of the Department of Neurology.
I'm trying.
Sustained.
So, Doctor, now, did you ever have to turn in to the institutional review board any bad results, for lack of a better term, out of this study using the anesthesia infusion?
Never had it.
Sustained. We need to move on, Mr. Anderson.
Yes, sir. All right. So, Doctor, did you begin private practice in Tampa, St. Pete area, and when?
Oh, well, no, I've been based in Tampa.
Okay.
And so, no, my practice has been primarily in Tampa.
Okay. And so, when did you start treating patients in the Tampa Bay area?
That's when I arrived at the University of South Florida. That would put us at about 1988.
Right. And when did you stop actively treating patients as in an anesthesia practice?
Well, I'm still practicing.
Good. All right. So, how did it come about that you met Maya Kowalski?
Okay. From what I understand, the mother, Beata, had heard about me through her contacts. Her mother is an infusionist nurse, and she'd heard from some of the other patients about me, and that at that point in time there had not been a diagnosis, and the family really felt there was something desperately wrong with their child, and they needed another opinion, and they wanted to look at this possibility by consulting with me.
And was your first visit, I know you don't have your records in front of you, was your first visit on September 23rd, 2015 then?
Correct.
So tell the jury what you did on your first, the first visit.
Well, I have a policy, and that policy is that you always tell them how long the evaluation is going to take. Right. In a situation like this, it usually takes at least an hour to get through an evaluation. And I tell the patient the first thing I'm going to do is they fill out this we call the new patient information form, and I'm going to go, before I talk to them, I'm going to go over that material and see what I can get, sort of a background, what I'm going to be confronted with.
Now, Doctor, when your new patients come in, are you just trying to confirm that it's CRPS, or are you looking for whatever the diagnosis is, CRPS, or it could be something else?
Well, you have to do the latter. You have to look for everything, because that's part of making the diagnosis. You have to rule out all the other possibilities based on the history, based on the symptoms, based on the signs that you witness. You have to be able to rule out these other potential diagnoses, or at least you can come up with a differential diagnosis may include more than one thing wrong with the patient.
Do you then try to avoid what was known as confirmation bias? That is, everything that comes through the door is presumed to be CRPS until proven different?
Well, confirmation bias. No. Well, you have to fight that.
Right.
You have to fight it. You got to say, I'm here to help the patient. You can't help the patient if you're not can I use the phrase, an honest broker.
Got it.
Okay.
All right. So how did the examination of Maya go?
Well, you know,
How did
she was in a lot of pain, and after a while working with children, you kind of learn of a way to communicate, to get them to relax and try to bring it down. At 10 years old, it's a challenge, but it can be done. You can try to get it down so they know that they're part of the discussion with the mother.
Right.
So we work hard to do that. And I also invite the child to be part of the discussion. So the first thing we do is, most time when I look at the new patient information form, it's something like this, and it's incomplete.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll go through it and I'll fill in the blanks with them as we go through it.
How did Maya appear to you in terms of maturity and intelligence for being 9 or 10?
Remarkable. It's not just intelligent, it's curious. She wanted to know. She's listening to what her mother says. I wish you know, you got a child that's a little unique, different.
Right.
Not a little, a whole lot different.
Mm-hmm.
So she's intellectually curious, very much engaged in the conversation.
So did she contribute then in going through and finishing the questionnaire?
Yeah, they both contributed to that process.
All right. So after that, what steps did you take to examine the child?
Well, I have a pretty much a head-to-toe type of examination, because remember what I said, you got to look for all the possibilities here, not just one thing that you've been doing research on. And so the first thing, like I say, I want to take a history. History is very, very important. I mean, the history is very important. So you're looking for, you know, the whole history. Did it come from, how did this start? And then you go and work through all that process. And so you try to fit all that together and see if you can narrow it down a little bit, what's going on. And then, of course, there is the examination that takes place. And there I have a pretty standard thing from head to toe. It doesn't just look at just the one area. And then another thing I do, and this is something that I'm very compulsive about, is I want to set things up and do things that leave me convinced that I've done a very objective evaluation.
And what does that involve?
Well, that involves fighting the tendency to want to be biased. I mean, we always want our patients to do well, right?
Right.
All right. So one of the things I did since I started running the surgery center is I set up a new technology or a new methodology for measuring pain, not by numbers. You know, you've heard this whole thing. Is it a 1? Is it a 2? Is it up to 10? 10 being the worst pain you experience. That's for chronic pain. It's almost useless. For acute pain, it can be helpful. But for chronic pain, in terms of doing research, it's not very helpful. So I wanted to find a way so I could measure, without even talking to the patient, how much pain they're feeling between their earlobes.
And what did you use?
And what I used, I brought it today. I can show you if you want to see. It's a device called an algometer. And what it does, basically, first let me back up a little bit here. When you get CRPS and some other diseases, what happens as time progresses, maybe not initially, the body changes from being a local phenomenon, like you hurt your hand or whatever, sprained an ankle. It tends to progress into the central nervous system and into the whole body, the brain, everything gets involved. There's a word for it. I'm going to throw the word out, then forget it. Hyperesthesia. You'll find it in what they call the Budapest criteria. It's one of the things you're looking for when you do a diagnosis. Hyperesthesia.
All right.
And what that means is that all your senses, touch, sound, hearing, smell, they get accentuated so that you become very sensitive. So it was common for Maya to come in with dark glasses on because bright lights were painful to her. But when she came in, the one thing that stood out more than anything else is her skin was exquisitely sensitive to light touch. Again, I don't want to use the big words for it, but I don't know what other people have said.
They've been well educated.
Have they? Because I don't know what other people have said so far, but it's called allodynia, okay? And it's defined as any type of tactile stimulation, light touch, blowing on the skin. is perceived as being painful. She had that. She had a bad case of it.
What
And
other
you-
symptoms or signs did you know?
Well, she had the allodynia. But the point I want to make is you can touch them and figure what this technique is called measuring pain thresholds allowed me to not only just detect it, but to quantitate the magnitude of it, of what she's feeling in her brain. And this device, by putting pressure on the skin, it gives you a number. It's called the pain threshold. So I tell the patient, look, I'm going to apply this device to your skin, and it'll feel like pressure. But I'm going to increase the pressure, and when the pressure turns to a pain signal, say stop. And we do it 3 times just for statistical reasons. 3 times we do that, and we get a number. And from that, and oh, by the way, one other thing that's very important: they're blinded. I mean, they don't see the numbers. They don't see nothing. So this is what I mean by being objective. So if a child comes in, let's say, whatever, they want to stay out of school, so they're faking their pain, whatever, I can tell without even talking to the child if they are or not by doing this, the pain thresholds. It's a way to distinguish between what they're feeling in their brain in terms of pain signals as opposed to what's an emotional issue that might be evolving.
What, if any, other signs or symptoms were noteworthy during the initial evaluation?
The other thing that was noted, besides the generalized, the seeing problems and the touch, not just in her legs, but in her arms and so forth, measured with this device,
Right, but
was the dystonia.
okay.
Dystonia is when the muscles contract due to the disease. Usually they're curling in. Sometimes they'll actually stretch out, but mostly there's flexion. And it can happen in the hands or in the legs. Yeah. The interesting thing about it is, when it comes comparing adults with children, we rarely see it in adults, but we see a lot of it in children. So if a child comes in with dystonia, you got to be thinking about CRPS.
Anything else in terms of signs or symptoms? First from the examination, and then I'll ask you about the history.
Yeah, well, I think in terms of examination, of course, we try to measure temperature of the skin, and we're always comparing the one side with the other. When the sympathetic, like I said, I have to go back a little basic. We knew from the very early, 30, 40 years ago, that this is a disease involving the sympathetic nervous system. And usually it's symmetrical on both sides. Your temperature is pretty much the same on both sides. But when you get the CRPS, things get disconnected so that one side may be cold, the other side may be hot. So I took out a device, which I brought today if anybody wants to see it. It's called infrared scanner. And I want objective information, so it measures down to 1/10 of a degree. So I measure for differences in temperature. Now, on this particular occasion, there was some difference, but it didn't reach my satisfaction for a significant difference from a medical standpoint. So I didn't record that there was a difference in temperature.
Okay.
Keep in mind that this is a disease that's labile. You come in one day and there's a difference. One side's warmer, one side's colder. If you think about it, there's going to come a point where they're kind of they're the same when they're fluctuating like that.
Any other signs or symptoms from the physical examination
That
you can think of?
From the physical, let's see. Yeah, there were. Yes, on the right side. Now, with this device, I'm able to tell you which side is worse. The algometer. I'm able to tell you which. Her right side was worse with the CRPS, the sensitivity, and she had lesions on that side, and they typically are like they look like little dots almost sometimes, but they sometimes will break up and then they actually become an ulcer where they breaks through the skin.
Right. Okay. And then very, very briefly, the history given, what was significant to you now that you had these physical signs?
Well, for me, there's some things that just glare at you. Hey, this is CRPS, complex regional pain syndrome.
Right.
The main thing is allodynia. There is nothing we know in medicine that causes this exquisite sensitivity to light touch than CRPS. There doesn't exist. Okay, doesn't exist. And so that just right away, that became a very big deal. And of course, like I said, in children, the dystonia when they get CRPS is so common that there. So putting it all together, the dystonia, which is a sign, and the which means she couldn't walk. She
Right.
couldn't bear weight.
She was in a wheelchair?
And she was in a wheelchair. And she had the real sensitive skin, which you couldn't touch in certain areas, especially in her lower extremity, especially on the right side.
Let's jump ahead. So you made the diagnosis of CRPS?
Yes.
And you confirmed it with your testing?
Yes.
And so how did Beata present to you through this initial evaluation, the mom?
Well, it's kind of funny because I was talking about Maya being so intelligent and so inquisitive, and that's her mom. They have the same DNA.
Yeah.
You know, she's the same way. She wants to know details. She's very medically oriented, and I like that. And to me, it's refreshing to have a patient that gives you a little bit of a challenge. I enjoy that.
Did you find her determined or any other characteristics?
Well, she loved her child. I mean, she loved her child. And you know what? The child loved her mother.
That's always a good thing.
Yeah.
All right, so now you've made the diagnosis. What did you prescribe as the initial, strike that. Did you check to see what different therapies Maya had already been through?
I did, and I looked at particularly those places where she had the usual, customary treatments for CRPS. Physical therapy, maybe occupational therapy, and cognitive behavioral therapy. Those are the big things that you think about in the beginning. And I did think about those, and I did explain to them during the evaluation, our job is to get the legs moving. If we don't get those legs moving, especially what we're looking at right now, it could, well, she asked me what could it be, and I told her the truth. She could form blood clots in her legs, and they could break off, go to her lungs, and it could be fatal. And the problem with that, in children, especially in children, it's a silence. It's silent. It's hard to diagnose. Because in adults, when we get a pulmonary embolism in our lungs, you get chest pain, you get a feeling of apprehension, something ain't right. Kids, they just don't wake up in the morning. So that's one problem. The second problem is if they do get it, it's hard to treat. Why? Because remember what I said, they have the allodynia in their legs. Normally what we'll do is put them in pressure socks. Her skin is exquisitely sensitive to light touch. So that limits your treatment options in that situation.
So what type of therapy did you suggest or prescribe to start with?
I told her that if she can possibly get into some heated pull exercises, that would be recommended.
And did the Kowalskis follow your prescription, if you will, and find ways to heat up their pool?
Yeah, I understand they set up some kind of a solar system, yeah.
So how long did the warm water therapy last, the best of your knowledge, before they were asking you if there's anything else could be done?
Well, I think they came back and because I don't have the evaluation here in front of me, but they came back and she had a kind of an exacerbation of her symptoms, and then taking, and this is important, taking in consideration she's exhausted in moving forward with her symptoms and problems medically with the usual customary treatment, the physical therapy, the PT. And by the way, if they don't know what they're doing, PT can actually make you worse.
Right.
So they tried all those things. In fact, she spent a month, I think it's about a month, at Tampa General Hospital. That's right. I know their program because I was there for over 20 years. I think it's 20 years. I was there for over 20 years on the attending staff there.
Yep.
And I know the program, and that's what it is. And so they've been through all that, the psychotherapy, all that, and she was just getting worse.
So what was the next step for a reasonably prudent physician, pain physician at this point?
Right. Having had the experience of doing those, over that 2-decade period, we've done a total of probably, let's see, we've probably done, well, be exact, 43 patients with the ketamine coma. I didn't think of that right away. That was not what I thought about. What I thought about was, let's try a low-dose conscious sedation where she's awake. Now, mind you, and this is I explained this to them because her mother asked me, You said, Dr. Kirkpatrick, that she will lose her memory temporarily, short-term memory. How long does it last? That's what I mean. That's the kind of mother she is, okay?
Right.
She's asking questions all the time. And it's temporary. But it's important that we give enough ketamine, because remember what I said. It's dose dependent. You have to get the dose up. So we want that temporary loss of memory.
Is that part of the resetting process?
Right, exactly. And we don't want to get the dose so high for safety reasons that the secretions could end up down in the lungs. So the way we prevent that is they're always conscious. So they do not lose their long-term memory. Who's that over there? Well, what's her name? That's my mother. Or the mother is actually there in the room with the child. That's another thing we found very important. Children, it's really important, kids, to have the significant other there. If it's a mother or father there in the room, because what happens sometimes, they start feeling the room's getting bigger, getting smaller, they get a little frightened. There's the mother over there. Dr. Kirkpatrick isn't trying to poison me. I know who that is. That's my mom. She's here to protect me. Because you do lose your sense of but kids, we knew this for decades. Kids don't really hallucinate the way adults do. Adults can get really bad hallucination. We rarely see it in kids. Rarely. But nonetheless, the point is the mother's there. And we constantly ask them, what state do you live in? What country do you live in? So we always are communicating back and forth to make sure we don't overshoot.
I'm trying to move along.
Something responsive to a question here?
Yes. Doctor, we'll try to confine the answers a little more to the questions. I know you have a lot to say on this. How many different infusion sessions, if you recall, did Maya go through? The outpatient type, if you will.
Yeah, there were 4, and they were 4 hours each.
All right. And the dosing, do you remember what it titrated up to?
Yeah, I just happen to remember. It was about 135 milligrams per hour. Yeah, about that.
And what were the results?
The results, there was some evidence of improvement. But in the legs, which concerned me the most because of the possibility of pulmonary embolism, there was hardly any movement at all. That was my biggest concern. And I think the time is ticking, because a pulmonary embolism isn't something you can say, well, it's going to happen 3 days. It can happen at any moment. Any moment. And you got a crisis on your hands. Right. So that made some sense of urgency to the situation.
So how did you then respond if your outpatient infusions are not working? What was your suggestion?
My suggestion was that based on my experience of having done other kids with the high dose, the anesthetic dose of ketamine for 5 days, that would be something for them to consider carefully. And the way I wanted to make that happen is I put them in touch with some other children that we've done in Tampa. I mean, from our surgery center, and they've given permission to disclose their name. In fact, they posted their stuff up. But the point is, we had 2 kids that had gone down to Monterrey, Mexico, that had that done, and so I put them in contact. I said, don't make a decision, talk it over. I put you in contact with Dr. Cantu down there. Here's his phone number. I will send him all your records if this is something you want to do. And we do go through. This is not a research now. Keep that in mind. This is about treating Maya out because she needed some urgent care to protect her.
Let me ask you about your relationship with Dr. Cantu and his clinic there. Do you get referral fees or anything out of this?
No.
And do you do a I guess before they fly down there, do you do an examination to see if they're physically ready for that?
Yes.
Right. And you get paid for that?
Yes.
So then they decided to do that, to go to Mexico?
Yeah, well,
where else is it offered, by the way, besides Mexico? Was there any place else?
No, to my knowledge, at that time.
Had it been offered in Germany before?
Well, Germany, as far as I know, it's so far away, and so Dr. Schwartzman and I decided to move in another direction.
Got it.
And the other thing about it is Dr. Cantu, again, I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but he had a patient he wanted me to help with. I flew down there to help him with the patient. put that patient under general anesthesia with ketamine for a week, and she did fantastic. And so with that, we decided to try to get institutional review board approval to do patients in a study.
Dr. Kirkpatrick, I really need you to answer the question that's asked, and I know there's a lot of other information, but it's important that you only answer the question that's asked and not throw in additional commentary.
I understand.
I appreciate it, Mr.
We're on limited time here. Okay, so did you speak with the Kowalskis or otherwise find out how the ketamine infusion down in Mexico went after they returned?
Yes.
And how was it?
It's great. She started moving her arms, and she's had full function of her arms. She could take care of herself. She could comb her hair, brush her teeth, eat with her hands, and so forth.
All right. Now, was it necessary at this time do you terminate the ketamine infusions, the outpatient, or do you try to keep up with these, and if so, why?
Well, we have found over the years that sometimes these patients, after they have, not all of them, but some of them, after we do them, they have to have what they call it a booster. Okay? They come back. Remember what I said, it's the conscious sedation. They are awake when you do it.
Got it. So they need a booster.
A booster, yeah.
All right. What about after the booster, and they come back to the United States? In Maya's case, did she continue with ketamine infusions as necessary?
Yes, she did.
And who did you refer them to?
Dr. Hannah.
And why Dr. Hannah?
Well, we're a research center. Again, trying to keep this succinct as I can.
Okay.
Please. We're a research center, so most of my patients are coming in and they're paying out-of-pocket cash.
Okay.
And the reason for that is we can't do research unless we have money. And that money comes from...
Hang on. Let's
okay, sure.
just stick with that. And so then why Dr. Hannah? Because you're a research center and you're not set up for...
For insurance.
Yeah, and for long-term infusion. I mean, to keep going steadily as necessary.
Right. And the other reason, I knew him well. He's my next-door neighbor across the bridge.
Okay.
I knew him. I've been to his facility. I know what he does. He's one of the most caring doctors I've ever met when it comes to patient care.
And so then, were you aware at this time that Maya had eventually had a port put in to facilitate the infusions?
Yes.
And do you know what hospital that was done at?
Johns Hopkins.
If I could show, publish in evidence 2041-036. I believe this is from Dr. Elliott, I think. Is this Elliott's? 036. You know what? I'll move on. You guys let me know. All right. So Johns Hopkins actually put the port in.
Correct.
And through the course of 2016, did you ever receive a call back, leaving out eventually the October events, but did you ever get a call back from anybody at Johns Hopkins that was questioning or concerned about Maya having received the ketamine treatment?
No.
In Mexico or with Dr. Hannah?
No.
And to the best of your knowledge, how was Maya doing over the course of the spring and summer?
When she came back from Monterey?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah, she was, well, I did evaluate her when she came back.
Okay.
And she had full function of her upper extremities. I don't recall there being any...
Excuse me, Counsel, I'm sorry, can we get a date on that?
When
he's talking about evaluation he did, I'd like to know what date it was.
Oh, sure. Doctor, did you do an evaluation in 2016, or was this from accounts reported to you?
I did do evaluation. It was about 2 weeks after they came back, roughly.
Okay, all right. Okay, so through the course of this time then, nothing from Johns Hopkins. And then did you learn that Maya had had a relapse in the late, well, I guess it would be early fall, very late summer?
I think I did, and I don't know how I got it, the information, but it had,
You don't have the source of information here. This appears to be hearsay. He's testifying to third-hand information.
Madam Court Clerk, can I have the question back, please?
Question, okay, all right, okay, so through the course of this time then, nothing from Johns Hopkins, and then did you learn that Maya had a relapse in the well, I guess it would be early fall, very late summer?
I
Overrule the objection. You can answer.
I can't recall that specific. The one thing, well, anyway, I don't recall something that of that nature. I think there was, but I'm not absolutely sure about it.
Did it come to your attention that Maya was checked into Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital in the fall of 2016?
Yeah, yes, I'm aware of that.
All right. And did there come a time that you had a conversation with one of the doctors there? Did you ever have a conversation with Dr. Smith?
Yes.
And tell the jury a little bit about how that came about.
Quick. The way it came about was that I had received a notice, and the notice was that they wanted medical records, and so I was wondering what that was all about.
Okay.
So I called. I found out it was Dr. Smith there at the hospital that was doing the investigation.
Okay.
So I called, and she wasn't immediately available. She called me back.
You have a conversation with her then?
Conversation, right. And I thought, this is going to be easy for me, because on my committee, I have a scientific advisory committee I'm the chairman of, and she's on my committee, Dr.
Objection, Your Honor. This is not responsive to the question.
I think
Get the next question.
Right. Let's pull up then 2118-036. I believe it's partially redacted. It's a note from October 11th, 2016.
I don't believe 2118-036 is in.
This is not it. That's not it.
It's not?
Yes, it is. It was in this morning.
I thought it was 36, 37.
Yeah, this is 36.
I thought you said 26. I'm sorry.
No problem. 2118-36.
Okay, my apologies.
We can publish that with the court's permission.
36.
Who called who, by the way?
I called her.
And through the course of this, then you had, I gather, a conversation about the Kowalskis?
Yes.
And what was your concern here, having received the request for medical records and knowing that Maya was over now at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital? What's your general concerns about this?
Well, the day before, I had sent a message to to Beata, the mother, and I hadn't heard a while from them, so I was curious what was going on. Then I get this note for records, and I'm going, because I want her to come to see me to reevaluate Maya, and then they're asking me for records, and I don't know what was going on. So I called and talked to Dr. Sally Smith, and she represented herself as being a part of the medical staff there at All Children's.
Excuse me. Objection. Hearsay is called the witnesses editorializing about who she's associated with.
Party admission.
Well, I'm going to overrule that objection.
Let's look at, and what I'll represent to you is a personal note from Dr. Smith of October 11th, 2016, and ask you to review that, see if it refreshes your recollection as to the different topics that at least Dr. Smith took down here of your call. So what did you discuss?
Excuse me. Objection, Your Honor. The witness said he doesn't have a recollection of this. He's being shown somebody else's record to comment on it or
Speaking
interpret.
objection.
Let go to only legal bases. Do you recall the conversation?
Yeah.
So you don't need the notes to refresh your recollection?
I did a, right after the conversation, I documented a memorandum.
That's not in evidence. We can't talk about this.
Okay,
It would just
all
be
right.
this.
Well, I can remember what's on the memorandum if that's helpful.
Okay, then.
Why don't we take this down and
Right.
then you
I'll
just
just have
answer Mr. Anderson's specific question and only the specific question.
Yes. Tell the jury what you told Dr. Smith. First, I'm sorry. Did she ask you any questions before you told her things?
No, she didn't ask me anything.
What did you tell her?
I said,
Overall.
You can answer.
yeah, I wondered what's going on. I understand you're with, Johns Hopkins, and tell me what's going on with the child and why I'm getting asked for records.
Did she give you a response?
Yes, and I can't remember the exact, words, but basically she was saying that there was a doctor over the weekend that saw the child and was concerned because when they lightly touched the skin of the child would jump, and that didn't make any sense to them. And they mentioned something about, that didn't make any sense. And it was not just in one area, it was pretty much both upper and lower extremities. And that didn't make any sense. And they were concerned that by the history that had been taken, that this might be some kind of a child abuse situation. And that really got me very concerned about the situation.
Before you tell us what you told her, in your experience, is it common or uncommon for doctors not familiar with CRPS to jump to a psychological conclusion before finishing their differential diagnosis?
Correct.
Legal basis.
Irrelevant, overbroad, vague, has nothing to do with the situation that we're addressing.
Overall, it is.
Yes, it is, because this is a neurological disorder, and it has some signs and symptoms, and it carries with it a history. And if you don't know about that, it may seem a little bizarre. How is it that this child can have this sensitive skin all over?
So you'd seen this happen before, where?
Oh yeah.
And so to, I guess, to protect your patient, what did you tell Dr. Smith?
Well, when she suggested the Munchausen by proxy, and she did mention that, I said, well, with due respect, she has multiple objective findings that far exceed the criteria that we accept as a standard of care right now, the Budapest criteria, far exceeds those requirements.
So you told her about the
It's absolutely clear. There's nothing. This is it. This is what you got. And I said.
So hang on. So you told her about the Budapest criteria? That was the standard?
Right. That was the standard of care.
Okay. And then
leading and argumentative, and need to have questions being responsively answered.
Well, I'm going to overrule the leading, and let's just make sure you answer only the question that's asked.
Yeah, I'll give you cues there. All right. So now I forgot where I was. I was asking, did you provide Dr. Smith with the criteria to use in evaluating CRPS?
I did. I pointed out my findings. Yes.
Did you tell her how your findings met up with the Budapest criteria?
I did.
Did she say anything?
No.
What else did you tell her?
Well, I emphasized that the findings were objective, could be easily verified, assuming, stating that this is not something that's my opinion. It's really something that's documented, not just by me, but in the scientific literature. And
Jack Bolstrom.
Do you know what overall? Do you know what Dr. Dr. Smith's specialty was, what kind of doctor she was?
Pediatrician.
And so was that a concern to you that whether she had the training or ability to recognize this, or should you have been able to recognize it as a pediatrician?
If we're talking recognize the CRPS.
Yes.
I don't think the average pediatrician would. Well, no, I wouldn't say that. It's just that. I got the impression she just didn't really know hardly anything about what we were talking about.
Okay.
But I think most pediatricians, because this is the most painful disorder you find in kids, that they would know about it, and especially since the kids come in, as I said earlier, with a very unique picture in front of your face, the dystonia.
Your Honor, excuse me.
So forth.
We're editorializing beyond the scope of the question.
I thought that one was fair.
We're getting perilously close to opinions that this witness does not have the statutory competence to make.
Yeah, overrule that objection, but sir, I really need you to only answer Mr. Anderson's questions without adding on anything.
Okay.
Really important.
I'll work on it.
Well, I need you to do more than I need you to do that, because it's
Okay.
really important that you do that.
Sure.
Did you warn off Sally Smith from accusing this family of Munchausen by proxy?
Yes.
And did she respond to you with any particular questions about what these symptoms were or why you were warning her off?
No.
Did you tell her about the allodynia?
Yes.
Did you tell her about the dystonia?
Yes.
Did you tell her about temperature changes?
Yes.
Did you tell her about the, and I'm not sure you documented this, the sweating or any other symptoms as signs that you had noted?
I don't remember those in particular, but the ones that I had documented, I did reference those to her.
All right. And so after, how long was this conversation?
I would estimate maybe 30 minutes, something like that, approximately.
And did you explain to her about generalized neural sensitivity?
Yes. Oh, yes.
And so after all of this, again, any response from Dr. Smith of an inquisitive nature about what the distinction was between Munchausen by proxy and CRPS?
No.
Now, in follow-up to this, did you have any more communication with either Dr. Smith or the hospital about this situation? The situation being Maya Kowalski in the hospital and a diagnosis of Munchausen by proxy as to the mother.
No.
The embolism you spoke about before. Did Beata Kowalski question you about this, I don't want to call it phenomenon, but this circumstance that this embolism was a danger potentially to Maya?
Yes, she did query me on that.
And did she continue to follow up about this?
Yes.
What did you tell her? Strike it. What did she tell you about her concerns over improper care of her daughter?
I think her concern was her
hearsay and standard of care.
Overruling the standard of care, I think I'm going to sustain the hearsay nature of that question, though.
3 or 4? 803, 3 or 4 was the...
I don't think you've got a foundation for that question for that exception.
Did you still consider Maya Kowalski under your care?
Yes.
And were you attempting throughout this period to keep yourself apprised of Maya's medical condition?
Yes.
Objective foundation, Your Honor. The record will reflect this witness had last seen the patient 10 months ago.
Let's, again, no speaking objections, so let's not do that.
I'll be happy to approach.
I don't need an approach on this one. I'm overruling it. You can continue.
And from time to time, did Beata Kowalski provide you with updates on how Maya was doing over the course of the spring and summer of 2016?
Yes, sir.
Did she continue to use you as a source of information about Maya's progress and symptoms and treatments?
Yes.
So, at this point, when Beata called you in the fall of 2016, was it for the purposes of updating you about Maya's care and her concerns?
Objection, Your Honor. He's asking for the state of mind of another.
Sustain that question.
What, if anything, was the purpose for that last call in the fall of 2016 between you and Beata Kowalski?
Same objection.
Overruled that one.
I'm not sure what date you're talking about here.
Did you have, during the fall of 2016, did you have any conversations with Beata Kowalski where the topic of this embolism starting in the leg was addressed?
Well, that conversation was before then, but yeah, she brought it up. She mentioned that her legs aren't moving. What is she going to get clots down there?
And to the best of your knowledge, did she participate in various, strike that, with this disease, were there chat rooms and websites where CRPS patients and their child, parent, could go to exchange information about the disease?
Yes.
And to the best of your knowledge, based on what she told you and your own knowledge, did Beata Kowalski participate in those from time to time to learn about CRPS?
Yes.
Objection, here's state foundation.
Overruled.
So, in this conversation then, did Beata ask you any questions about what would happen to her daughter if she continued to have care that was inappropriate to treating her CRPS?
Yes.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. Objections overruled. Any other questions, Mr. Anderson?
What was Beata Kowalski's concern expressed to you in this conversation?
About blood clots forming in her feet, in her legs.
What happens if those go untreated?
I think I mentioned that it's a silent pulmonary embolism, goes to the lung, and could be fatal.
Did you tell Beata Kowalski this in that conversation?
Numerous times when she asked. And the other part of it, Counsel, is that I emphasized that if she doesn't get the ketamine, it's gonna be a slow, painful death.
No further questions.
Members of the jury, we're going to take a hopefully no more than 10-minute break. Let's try to keep it to 10 minutes. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do an investigation and receive no information.
All rise. Recess today.
Juries, out of our presence, two things. I should have done it when we came back from lunch. Just to remind everybody in the audience, unless you are a member of the credentialed media or an attorney, no one is allowed to use cell phones, so please listen to the court deputies on that issue. Second, and remind the attorneys that if you wish to have a private conversation, you need to push the mute button on your microphones. With that, let's take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back in 10 minutes.
All rise for the recess.
Seated, everybody. Any issues before we bring the jury in?
None for plaintiff. Don't believe so, Your Honor.
That'd be cool. Leave. Why don't you grab them? I'll be okay.
All rise. Drew is entering.
Okay, please be seated, everybody. Members of the jury, just want to confirm while you're on break, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves, you did not do any investigation, and received no information. Is that all correct? Correct. Did not talk to anybody about this case or receive any information or anyone approach you. Is that correct? Correct. And did not see any media snippets or anything like that. Okay. Mr. Hunter.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Let's see, you described for the jury earlier your background and training. You're not board certified?
No.
You're not board certified in either anesthesiology or pediatrics?
Correct.
You've never been board certified in anything?
Correct.
You weren't telling the jury that there wasn't a board certification when you went through residency, were you?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay. There was, correct?
There was.
Okay. But you're not board certified, never have been?
Correct.
Okay. You don't have any hospital privileges at this time?
Correct.
Haven't had any in a number of years, correct?
Correct.
And your clinic, institution, is on East Bush Boulevard in Tampa?
Correct.
Okay. It's out near Busch Gardens?
Yes.
You have not done any specific research with respect to the pediatric population, have you?
Specific, just only pediatrics? Is that
sir.
your question?
Yes, sir.
No, I have not.
And you're aware that ketamine is not known to be safe or effective in pediatric patients below the age of 16?
I don't think that's correct.
Doesn't the manufacturer admonish you that the safety and effectiveness in pediatric patients below the age of 16 has not been established?
Oh, sir, if you ask the question that way, yes, I agree. I agree with you.
Okay. Let's talk about the first time that you saw the Kowalskis. By the way, where are your medical records?
I think they're on my computer. They are on my computer.
Where would that be?
On my laptop. It's right now. It's back at the hotel.
So you came here today to testify about this case before this jury without your medical records?
I was told that they had that what's in evidence is my records,
okay.
My medical records.
Okay, so we'll work off that. The records we have suggest the first time you saw these people was September 23rd, 2015. Is that right?
Yes.
And before that date, you'd had no communication with them, right?
Correct.
And you knew that they had seen a number of other physicians, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you described for counsel the examination you conducted. You knew from the mother that there was thought to be a psychogenic component to the patient's pain. Is that right?
By history, correct.
Okay. And you knew that the patient had been seen at Tampa General Hospital?
Yes.
You indicated you were familiar with the program there.
Yes.
Know the doctors involved with it?
That I'm not so sure of. I'm not so sure.
Well,
In fact, I'd have to say probably not. I remember looking at those records, and I don't think I remember recognize any of those names.
well, you didn't see the Tampa General records before you did your examination and diagnosis on September 23rd, did you?
Probably not, no.
As a matter of fact, you told the mother you didn't want to see them. Is that right?
No, that's not correct.
It's not correct?
No, it's not correct.
Okay, we'll get back to that in a second. But in any event, you didn't speak with any of the doctors at Tampa General, did you?
No.
And you knew that the patient had been seen at Lurie Children's Hospital, correct?
Correct.
You knew Lurie's was a pediatric hospital?
Correct.
You never spoke with any of the physicians there, did you?
Correct.
And did you ever speak with a Dr. Wyndham regarding the patient's immunodeficiency status?
I don't recall that.
Well, you were told that the patient had a selective immunodeficiency, weren't you?
Yes.
But did you talk to the allergist or the immunologist who diagnosed it?
I don't recall that.
Did you talk to Dr. Kreisman at any point?
No.
Did you talk to Dr. Wasnauer, the patient's general practitioner?
I don't think so.
Okay. Were you aware at the time that you made the diagnosis of CRPS in this patient that this patient had seen over 36 other physicians about her pain and condition?
I don't know the exact number.
You knew it was a good many, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Did you talk to any one of them?
Well, I don't remember the list. I mean, so I don't recall that. I don't recall talking.
You had a patient in front of you who dozens, literally dozens of other doctors had seen and treated at length. And you were the first one making a diagnosis of CRPS, correct?
Correct.
You're the Lone Ranger. You're the first one that came up with that.
Correct.
Did you call any one of those doctors and attempt to reconcile your diagnosis with all the other diagnoses that had been made regarding this patient?
No.
Incidentally, you were the first one to diagnose CRPS?
Yes, sir.
On September 23rd, 2015?
Yes, sir.
How do you suppose it was that the mother thought that was the current diagnosis a week before, on September 16th, 2015?
Before she saw me on the 23rd of September?
Yes, sir.
I'm not aware of that.
Well, could we put up Joint Exhibit 2012, 25 and 26, please? Yes. Joint Exhibit. My copy says Joint Exhibit at the bottom.
The 2000 series is not joint.
I beg your pardon. I said 2000. This is 1012-0025. I beg your pardon. Sorry. I'm not sure whether that's 1012. Okay, well, if you look at the end of the second paragraph on that page, up one, reflex sympathetic dystrophy is the most current diagnosis.
What's the date on that, Counselor?
The date on this is September 16th, 2015. It's part of the records of Dr. Kreisman. Have any idea where Dr. Kreisman would have gotten that history other than from the mother?
Where's the date on this document, Counselor?
If you go to the first page of it,
please.
1012-25, you can do it side by side. You look, date of visit, September 16th, 2015.
Somebody's blocking my, I'm trying to read this and they're blocking my view.
Beg your pardon.
Thank you.
Date of visit.
I'm just trying to see how I'm just trying to read the document. So this is page 2. Or what page is it? No, I'm sorry. Page 26 and 28. If we have time, I'd like to read this.
You go back to the first page, please. Can you make it larger, just the first page?
Yeah, thank you. That would be helpful. Yep.
Well, it's a pulmonary note, doctor, so I'm not trying to belabor what the pulmonologist's findings were, although I want to ask you whether you ever talked to him.
Mr. Hunter?
I'm sorry?
You wanted to look at the document to answer your prior
that's
question.
fine.
Yeah. Can we scroll up a little bit, please? Thank you. Okay, scroll up a little bit more, please. More, please.
You want the next page?
Well, it's.
Or you want the top of page 1?
I'm reading it. So go down. So I'm looking at page 25 of 28. Can I see that whole page? I'm seeing part of it here. I'm still seeing part of it here. I don't see the whole.
I think you need to go to the next page.
The next page, please. So this will be the next page. Am I correct on that?
You are correct.
Thank you, sir. Oh, here we go. Okay, this is what I was looking at. So the sentence reads, there is a concern from the mother that the child has selective immunodeficiency. And then the next sentence reads, reflex sympathy is the most current diagnosis.
Right.
So, but it's not, he's making the diagnosis. He's just saying that that's what, I don't know. I don't understand it. It doesn't make any sense. There's nothing to back up what he's saying. So I don't know.
Okay. But the point is, you wouldn't know where he would have gotten that history the week before you made the diagnosis.
I don't know where it came from, sir.
All right. Now, as a result of your visit on the 23rd of September, you recommended that this patient undergo your ketamine infusion therapy 4 days in a row, correct?
Can we bring up that record so I can see what you're referencing? I mean, there's more to it than just what you just said. I'd like to see what you're making reference to. Could you bring it up so I can see it, please?
What record do you want me to bring up, sir?
You're saying I went from this to that.
No, what I'm saying is, what I'm asking you is, as a result of your visit with this patient on September 23rd, 2015, in which you diagnosed CRPS, did you make a recommendation that the patient undergo ketamine infusion therapy?
There may have been some other things included. That's my point. I'd like to see what else it says.
In that case, if you would bring up the doctor's September 23rd treatment note, which is Joint Exhibit 1056-001.
May we go down on the document, please? Scroll up. Thank you.
Go over to page 2. We can talk about the recommendations you made.
Okay.
At the bottom.
Okay.
You've told us that you...
Well, wait. I want to read it, Can you bring it up so I can read it?
Sure.
I want to see what I said. Okay. So what it says, sir, it doesn't talk about that, right? It talks about some physical activity, some heated pool exercises. That's the way it started.
Okay, I suppose I was going to back up and ask you. You told counsel that you wanted her to try heated pool exercises.
Correct.
And then you wanted the patient to be evaluated by a pediatric internist to determine if there's anything you can do to minimize the risk if you should elect to go forward with the four-day ketamine infusion, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Who was the pediatrician that you had clear her for that ketamine infusion therapy?
Anthony Kreisman.
You spoke with Dr. Kreisman?
No.
Did you ever see a report from Dr. Kreisman about that?
No.
How do you know he cleared her then?
Because I told the mother to go over the material, the basic question, is there anything else that he can do to minimize her risk for the procedure since she has a history of cough asthma?
Okay.
And that was the only question I wanted to know, that if there was anything that could be done to further reduce the risk.
Tell me when you heard from Dr. Kreisman that was the case.
Well, the first time I heard it was from the mother when she came back for an office visit with the child.
So the mother told you that she had gone back to see Dr. Kreisman and to discuss that with him.
Correct.
When did you have her seen by a psychologist?
I did not do that as far as I can recall.
Isn't that something you usually do with patients that you refer to Dr. Cantu?
No.
Isn't that on your website as something that you usually do with patients that you send to Dr. Cantu?
No.
Now, ultimately, you did go forward with the ketamine infusions, right?
Yes. Now, sir, be clear. You're talking now about the conscious sedation, or now you moving over to the ketamine coma procedure? Where are you now?
No, I'm talking about what you did.
What I did. Okay, no, that's
and
fine.
You never did a ketamine coma, did you?
I've done it before, sure.
But you didn't do it on her, did you?
No, I did not.
You did that in Mexico, correct?
Correct, and I've done it at Tampa General Hospital.
Okay, and you don't do it there anymore, do you?
Correct.
You're not a member of the medical staff there and haven't been for about 10 years, correct?
I'm not sure it's 10 years, but I haven't been there in a while.
Okay. And they haven't been doing that in a while, have they?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. When you talk to your patients about this ketamine infusion, I'm going to call it ketamine infusion therapy. Okay? Is that right?
Can we say conscious versus general anesthetic?
Okay, I'll call it conscious sedation therapy.
Thank you.
Okay. And incidentally, you want the patient conscious to avoid risk to the patient's airway, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if you were giving high doses, anesthetic doses, you would want the patient to be intubated to protect her airway, correct?
If the patient was being anesthetized in general anesthesia, yes. Okay. Otherwise, don't give me the dose thing, because some patients require the different doses. You have to tailor the dose to the patient's needs.
We're going to come back to that. Let's talk about the warnings, the information that you give your patients before ketamine infusion conscious sedation. Okay?
Okay.
You tell them, and we can bring up his consent form if you wish, Joint Exhibit 1056, 0158, and 0159. I'm going to cut to 0159 and ask whether you tell your patients, told the Kowalskis, you didn't know if the therapy with IV ketamine will help alleviate the symptoms of CRPS in every patient long term.
Correct.
And you basically tell them in the next paragraph that the more you treat patients with IV ketamine, the more you'll learn about it, correct?
Correct.
And then you warn them that they might have problems from it, correct?
Correct.
And those include infections, correct?
Correct.
Gastrointestinal imbalance?
Where are you reading, sir? I'm looking at the document here. Are you?
I'm reading the third bullet point up from the bottom of the page. Gastrointestinal imbalance and/or discomfort and muscle weakness due to ketamine.
Yes.
And then you warn them about loss of weight.
Yes.
And over on the next page, you've talked to us about this, you've warned them about temporary loss of memory.
Yes, and is this the next page now we're looking at?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. So, with all that, these folks elected to proceed, correct?
Yes, with conscious sedation, correct.
Okay. Now, I want to make sure I understand how much you gave them. And I'd ask that Joint Exhibit 1055, 008, and 009 be put up. If you can put those up side by side and highlight the total ketamine at the bottom of this page. That indicates you gave a total of 137 milligrams?
It's what it says, yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And then if we go to the next page, the next infusion, which was the next day, 1055, 0012, 011, and 13, we see that you gave 215 milligrams that day, correct?
I don't see anything here, sir.
Oh, I'm faster than my guy, sorry.
I'm looking for the total.
If you look at the bottom of 2013, if you'll scroll up some, Clay, on the right-hand side, I thought. So in 2012, I'm sorry, you got 2013, excuse me, 11, I beg your pardon. You've got Joint Exhibit 1055-13, it should be 1055-12. Is that correct?
I see it now, yes, sir. I don't see the date, but I see the number.
Okay. Then if we switch to 10-8, and we go to Joint Exhibit 1055-14 and 15, we see that the total ketamine given on the third day is 255, correct?
I see that, yes, sir.
And then on the fourth day, 10-9, October 9th, we look at 1055, 17, and 18, we see that the last dosage was 300 milligrams, correct?
Yes.
Now, you consider those as high a dose as you wanted to give this patient, correct?
Yes.
And she stayed conscious during this, correct?
Yes.
And you charged the family a total of $10,000 for the 4 days of the treatment?
Yes. Well, plus the follow-up. We don't charge them for coming back and being reevaluated and repeating all the measurements that we did on them, including the videos and so forth. Follow-up, strength and range of motion, pain thresholds and so forth. That's all included. Everything's included. It's not just the 4 day.
So you did an assessment of the patient after that on October 13th?
Correct. That would be probably the following week.
And you said at that point that she showed improved post-treatment pain threshold associated with slight improvement in strength and range of motion, especially in the upper extremities.
I don't see that report here, but what you're saying sounds reasonable. But I mean, if you want, I can confirm that for you.
I'll put it up. It's Joint Exhibit 1055-22. So, would you have done a video this day?
Let me think. Okay, so the answer is probably yes.
Okay. But in any event, the improvement was slight, and the patient was still wheelchair bound?
Yes.
Still couldn't walk?
Yes.
Still had allodonia?
Yes.
Still had dystonia?
Yes.
Still had limitation of motion?
Yes.
Really didn't have any functional improvement, correct?
The way I worded it was just slight. We have a video recording of this, and if I recall correctly, I believe I commented on the video that there was some slight improvement. I believe I'm sorry, best I can recollect, in the foot on the left side.
Okay. So, the records we have suggest that you next saw the patient on September 2nd. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I beg your pardon. November 2nd of 2015. That sound correct? And I'll ask that Joint Exhibit 1055-32 be put up for the doctor's benefit.
Okay.
Now, when she came in this day, it was billed as a return patient evaluation, correct?
Yes.
And when she's in your office that day, she's complaining of increasing CRPS pain in her legs, correct?
Correct.
And she was unable to intake adequate fluids and food?
Correct.
She appeared dehydrated?
Correct.
And with that dehydration, even with that dehydration, you were unable to carry out blood pressure monitoring secondary to pain, even with a manual cuff, correct?
Correct.
So you noted that she had a reasonable peripheral pulse for a 10-year-old, but you weren't able to assess her blood pressure, correct?
Well, there is a statement, reasonable peripheral pulses for a 10-year-old. For a child that age, she had a blood pressure. I mean, sometimes you see enough kids, you just know that if you were able to get a blood pressure, you were going to get a reasonable blood pressure out of that.
It's always good to have a blood pressure. I think we can agree on that.
Well, I wouldn't say that. If you got a patient talking to you, I don't get blood pressures on that necessarily.
But she's dehydrated.
Yeah.
And you can't get the blood pressure.
She had it says peripheral.
And you were concerned about the dehydration, weren't you?
Yeah, yeah.
And as a matter of fact, both the mother and the child were expressing to you suicidal ideations, correct?
I don't see this in this report.
Well, didn't you testify to that?
I don't think so. On this date? No, I don't recall that.
We'll work on that for a minute. Before we go to that, can we agree that at this point you thought this child's CRPS, which you had, and incidentally, didn't you rate this child's CRPS disability as severe on your first visit?
I believe so. Yes, but to factually state that, I would like to see my report, but I'm almost sure that I did. Just thinking about it.
In this report, you indicated that the CRPS she had was intractable, correct?
Correct.
And it had proven refractory to your first care, correct?
Yeah, very poor response.
Okay. And so let's talk about the problems that the patients were encountering. I'll refer you to page 142 of your deposition.
I'll trade you. This is yours.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I'm sorry, which page, sir, would you like me to go to?
Well, I was going to go to page 142.
142.
Where you testified as follows. I asked you, but she was able to be touched during the previous infusions. A, yeah, before, yeah. This patient has deteriorated in this situation to the point it's a life-threatening situation, both from a physical standpoint, hemodynamic standpoint, and from the standpoint of emotionally suicidal. And you could not get vital signs that day. Is that correct?
No, that's not what. Did you take any vital signs on that date, doctor? Answer, well, I tried. I mean, remember, I said I couldn't get a blood pressure cuff on her. And we just read here where I was able to get our normal pulses on her.
Okay. But the complete set of vital signs includes blood pressure, right?
Yes, it would.
And your history indicated that she was unable to take fluids, correct?
Yes.
So she's dehydrated, and you have no way to rule out that that's not going to get worse, correct? If she's not taking fluids.
Well, if you read the rest of this, it talks about getting an IV, getting IV access established, okay? And that was the idea. Get an IV in, because the problem is that, I'm trying to remember, this is, yeah, I think this was the time we thought that, talking to the mother and so forth, that it would be a good idea to have IV access. I think at this point, if I remember correctly, they were thinking about going to, well, let's say I don't know. I don't remember exactly the context of this.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you about. Because you didn't make a referral to an emergency room that day, did you?
No.
And you didn't make a referral to a psychologist that day, did you?
No.
And you didn't really do anything to give her fluids, did you? You yourself, did you give her fluids?
No. We talked about starting an IV on her.
You also started talking about placing a PICC line, correct?
I can't remember if that was the day we had that discussion or not.
Okay. Well, was that the day that you wrote her a prescription for a PICC line?
It's possible. Again, I have to check the dates of this report, but it's possible that was something that I thought would be a good idea. And
okay, well, let me ask.
I'm trying to put this in the total perspective of what was going on at the time, in terms of the mother contacting Dr. Cantu and there's a lot of moving parts here, okay. And I'm trying to put it all together in my head as we're sitting here.
Incidentally, well, I'm going to ask Clay to put up 1056-211, but let me ask you a question. You've indicated a couple of times concern about pulmonary embolus, correct?
Correct.
Isn't dehydration a risk for pulmonary embolus?
Yeah, I suppose you could argue that, but that's a stretch. That's a stretch.
If you put up 211, you've written a prescription here for a patient with poor IV access requiring chronic treatment of CRPS with IV ketamine requires a 2-lumen line placement for immediate fluid replacement. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then you wrote her a script for IV to be administered by the mother, correct?
Sir, do you mind putting that up, please?
I will find it in just a moment and do exactly that.
Thank you.
How about 1056-212?
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Patient currently dehydrated with poor nutrition requires fluid with normal saline, 500 milliliters now QD PRN. In other words, each day as needed, correct?
Yes.
Something electrolyte, something weekly. Check electrolytes weekly, is that
Yes.
right?
Yes, sir.
So you envision the mother giving this IV to the daughter herself, correct?
If I believe that is correct. She's an infusionist. That's correct. I believe so. Again, I'm trying to recall the details here.
And then subsequently, there was concern about the patient's level of pain, correct?
I don't know. What are you referring to?
Well, I'm having reference to a prescription that you appear to have written, put up, can I show you that? I'm going to have to show you that because I'm not sure this is in evidence. Is 304301 in evidence?
Can we see it? Yeah, is that in evidence?
a second.
Just come on, Judge, I'm sorry. Dr. Kirkpatrick, you then, after this, wound up referring this patient down to Dr. Cantu, as you've described?
Yes.
And at that point, she came back to you for a follow-up visit, correct?
Yes.
And you saw her in January of that year, is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Now, you then have told us you lateraled the ball, if you will, to Dr. Hannah?
Yes.
And I saw no notation in your note that you kept up with her after that. Is that true?
I'm just trying to reflect on that. I don't recall her coming in for an office visit. That was the reason why I had wrote a note the day before Sally Smith. I called Sally Smith. Okay. And so I hadn't seen her in a while, so I wanted her to come in and see how she's doing.
Okay. And the reason you wanted her to come in and see how she was doing was that when you heard about Dr. Smith, you had not seen this patient since January, correct?
No, that's not the sequence, Counselor. The sequence is not knowing anything about any problems with Johns Hopkins, without any knowledge of any of that. I just thought, well, listen, I haven't seen this child in a while. She's, 9 months or so, or maybe less than that. And I thought it would be a good idea to have her back. So I wrote an email to the mother saying, how is she?
I understand. You did that in October of 2016, correct?
Yeah, before I knew anything about Johns Hopkins, just because I was interested in seeing how she's doing. Yeah.
I understand that. You did that before you knew anything about Johns Hopkins. You'd written an email to the mother to ask her to come in, correct?
Yeah, I wanted to evaluate the child.
And then you hadn't seen the child by the time you spoke with Dr. Smith, correct?
Correct, other than when she came back from Monterey, yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
So, excuse me, can I help you also?
Sorry.
So the point is that when you talked to Dr. Smith, you had not seen or evaluated this child since January of 2016 when you saw her after she came back from Monterey, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you hadn't spoken to Dr. Barr about his treatment of her, correct?
I believe, was he the hyperbaric person? I'm trying to remember the names.
No, Dr. Spiegel was the hyperbaric.
Was it? Okay.
Had you spoken with him?
No, I haven't.
And you knew nothing about hyperbaric therapy, did you?
It's kind of vague in my mind. I don't think so.
And you didn't recommend it, did you?
No.
And you never prescribed any further ketamine for the patient in 2016 after January, did you?
No, she was being seen by Dr. Hannah.
Dr. Hannah. So you may have had some emails with Mom about the patient, but you hadn't had any contact with her between October and January, correct?
I don't recall.
Did you ever speak with Dr. Hanna and learn from him that his treatment of the patient had failed?
No, I never heard that.
When you saw, did you ever see the patient in October 2016?
I couldn't. She was taken, well, I don't say taken. She was admitted to the hospital.
Between October of 2016.
What date?
And October 7th, 2016.
Okay.
Between that date and January 1st of 2006, January 6th of 2016, you never saw this patient, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, if I ask you to assume that as of October 7th, this child was in a wheelchair, could not walk, had pain, allodynia in her lower extremities, had dystonia, was not in school, and was basically in that level of functioning, would I be describing the child as you saw her on September the 23rd, 2015?
No.
Why?
Because, as you noted, Dr. Anthony Kreisman had seen her before she went to Monterey, saw her afterward, and said, this child is totally different. No pain.
No, sir. I'm not asking about when Dr. Kreisman saw her.
No, I'm talking about what was being reported, her care under Dr. Hanna. I think that was the question.
That, sir. What I ask you is this. If you assume for the sake of my question that her condition was as I described it on October 7th, 2016, my question was, would she be in essentially the same condition as she was when you saw her, not Dr. Kreisman, when you saw her on September 23rd, 2015?
Based on the information that I have available, she was doing a heck of a lot better.
In what respect?
Well, you read the reports from people that saw her during that time frame.
No, sir. I'm not asking about what happened during the time frame. We'll stipulate that there were ups and downs. What I'm asking you is that in net effect, from September 23rd, 2015 to October 7th, 2016, was there any net change in this child's condition?
From the time I initially saw her, let me see here, get your question right. From the time I first saw her on September 23rd, you're asking me what now? I'm trying to understand your question.
My question is, when you saw her on September 23rd, 2015.
First visit.
First visit. She had dystonia, correct?
Yes.
She's wheelchair bound.
Yes.
She can't walk. She's non-weight bearing.
Yes.
She doesn't have good function and movement in her upper extremities.
Yes.
She's not in school.
Yes.
She can't take care of her own activities of daily living, correct?
Well, that I don't know if I agree with.
Everything else we agree on, right?
Well, I don't know. You're asking me to lunk a whole bunch of stuff together.
Well, I'm asking you what your examination revealed, sir.
Be allowed to answer the question. Ms. Johnson, you got to let him answer.
Isn't that what you found in your examination of that patient on September 23rd, 2015?
I saw the patient. Again, I'm trying to get the time frame in my head. You're saying from the way she was, her function was when I saw her initially, compared with what?
Compared with October 7th, 2016.
October 2nd.
7th.
7th. That's the day she had a relapse. Ended up in the morning at Johns Hopkins.
It's the day, several days after her relapse, and she did wind up at the hospital that morning. I'm describing to you her presentation to the hospital versus her presentation to you on September 23rd, 2015.
Okay, I think I got it. Okay, so she has a relapse and ends up at Johns Hopkins with a stomach ache and a recent injury to her foot, and looks like she's got an exacerbation of her CRPS. If that's your question, I would say she was in worse shape than when she entered the hospital. She was having a crisis. She was having acute injuries to her abdomen, acute injury to her foot. That's not what I saw when I saw her.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
And that's not what I said. So that particular occasion, when she was being admitted, she was worse off when she was being admitted because of some events that took place suddenly. And that happens to be the stomach ache, the injured foot, acute injury to the foot, as well as having her CRPS probably exacerbated by the acute injury she was having, which includes the stomach ache and the injured foot.
What acute injury to her stomach did she have?
Well, she had she complained of stomach ache. From what I understand from the hospital records that I read, she came in a kind of a fetal position. And
did you review the entire hospital record?
Yes.
Mr. Hunter, you got to let him finish his answer.
Yes, sir.
Were you finished with the prior question?
Well, I hope I answered the question. She, at that moment in time when she was admitted, she was in worse shape than was when I first saw her on September 23rd, 2015.
You talked about telling Sally Smith about Munchausen by proxy, correct?
When you say telling her about,
well, let me rephrase the question. That was a bad question. You talked about warning her not to pursue that, correct?
I did.
But you weren't surprised that she brought that up, were you?
In the beginning of the conversation, yes, I was surprised.
Didn't you warn Mr. and Mrs. Kowalski that they might be suspected of Munchausen by proxy the first time you met with them on September 23rd, 2015?
I don't recall that.
You're not saying you didn't, you just don't recall, right?
I don't recall.
And if I understand correctly, you did send this mother an email in the early hospitalization of her daughter, correct?
Yes.
And you did tell her in that email, and incidentally, this is after she knew that there was an investigation going on, correct?
The mother?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Let's yes, I don't know. Yes, I would assume so, yes.
Well, you knew she was very upset.
Yes.
And you told her at that time that if your treatment wasn't adopted, her daughter would die a slow and painful death within reasonable medical certainty.
Would you like me to look at the entire communication I had with her at that time?
I would be happy to show you the email that you sent her at that time.
Thank you.
I can only but find it.
Can we see it?
think we're moving to another topic at this point.
Moving on. Nothing further this time, Ron.
Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, through the court, I'd like to publish 2698. For the record, this is mine on August 11th, 2016.
First off, is this in evidence?
It is in evidence.
Okay.
2698. And Doctor, I'd ask you to review this. I'll have questions after. This is August of 2016.
I think that's probably enough. Doctor, the child you saw, September 23rd, 2015, could that child that you saw then do all that she could do in August of 2016? Move that freely, appear that devoid of pain, move with that joy when you saw her in September?
Not that joy, especially. She was not very joyful the day I saw her back in September.
And between that and October 7th, did Maya go into a fairly severe relapse where much of the progress over the intervening spring and summer was lost, at least for a while?
I'm sorry, would you please repeat the question, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
No, object to the question, Judge. It doesn't specify a time frame when.
During the child, strike it. Are you aware that in September of 2016, Maya had a severe relapse of symptoms of CRPS? First.
Well, this was just before.
Before the October 7th admission.
Right. Well, yeah, I was aware of it just before, correct.
And was that the reason why she looked like she did when you first saw her?
Well, at the time of admission
Yes.
on October 7th?
Yes.
Yeah, she looked worse. She was in crisis, yeah.
But immediately before that relapse, the child looking like she did in the last exhibit, was that progress, significant progress?
Oh, of course. She's a whole new human being, yeah.
Now, as to the who diagnosed first, was it your understanding that
she saw or heard from her own patient, Dr. Daniels, that his daughter had RSD, and maybe Beata should check that out?
Protection, relevance, and hearsay.
Overruled.
You can answer.
I heard something about that, and I don't know, yes, I heard something along those lines, yeah.
When Beata Kowalski came to you, had she already been told there was a possibility of
Yes.
RSD?
Yes.
So this is not about diagnosing her. This is simply about whether she knew the phrase RSD.
Correct.
Overruled.
That's all, Your Honor. Oh, yeah. Thanks. You mentioned Dr. Kreisman at Johns Hopkins. Recall Dr. Kreisman?
Yes.
And you recalled something about him seeing Maya after she came back from the trip to Mexico? Recall
Yes.
that, Doctor? And then can we publish 1024 and specifically 1827?
What is it?
I'm sorry. No, that's not right. It's 1024-0030.
Same question.
It's Dr. Kreisman's note from the.
It's a pulmonary. Doctor, you take a look at this and see if.
Object, Your Honor, can we approach?
Let's take it down. You may continue, Mr. Anderson.
Doctor, please read the first full paragraph there. Actually, the second one under physical examination.
It's got to pull it up. 1 second.
It's the read to yourself. We're just not reading documents to the jury.
Second paragraph, physical exam. Okay, got it.
Please read that. Is that what you were referring to when you were talking about the impression of this Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital doctor of Maya once she had come back from Mexico?
Yes.
Anything else?
That's it, Your Honor.
Okay, let's take the record down. Any follow-up, Mr. Hunter?
No, sir.
Members of the jury. You know what I'm going to do. Make sure you give Debbie Coley all of the notes. Did we get all of them? We're still working on notes or questions, I should say. Has everyone finished with their questions? Okay. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation. Receive no information.
All rise. Jurors exiting.
We'll reflect that Dr. Kirkpatrick is now out of our presence. The jury's out of our presence. Let's go through the questions as quickly as we can. Page 1, red number 1 in upper left. In simplest terms, is it safe to say, unlike an understood and highly researched illness that has an almost flowchart list of symptoms that lead to a diagnosis and treatment, is CRPS still being researched and therefore needs a certain amount of, quote, latitude, end quote, in both its symptoms diagnosis and its treatment to be allowed? And the next question, prefaced with a simple yes or no, will do. It really does, right there.
He's looking for your job, Judge.
The designation of, quote, board certified, end quote, was brought up. Is board certified a designation that a doctor knows more or is better than a non-board certified doctor? Next page on the same question. You received a formal request from Dr. Sally Smith of JHatch for your records about Maya. Is that correct? You stated you made a call to Sally Smith. Did you send the copies to Smith? So here is this juror's questions. Any objection to any of those questions?
Board certified is kind of a complex issue, Judge. I don't think it's an unfair question, but I think it would be confusing to try to explain it. I'm fine.
I'm looking for objections or no objections.
And no objection as to the first two. I guess I got an objection to the three of them. You guys?
No objection.
So the defense has no objection to any of these questions. Is there any objection from the plaintiffs?
Is that all the questions?
Well, that's from this juror.
Yeah. No objection.
Okay, so both sides agree all these questions can be asked. Next one, red number 2. Did you review Maya's medical record before treating her? If not, why? Here is that one. So no objection from the defense.
No objection.
No objection from... You're going to love this question, defense. Does Sally Smith work at JHatch? Is she still there?
think that's calling for a legal conclusion.
Well, she is still there as a staff physician, as she always was. But I think we got to do it.
I have two objections. You'll have an agreement on something. I will agree with all of you.
You want to write that down?
October 10th, 4:11 p.m. Okay. Red number 4. During Maya's infusion, you monitored her vital signs during the ketamine infusions. Were they within normal range for a child her age for all of the infusions given?
No objection.
And the last sheet has multiple questions and subparts. In it is Juror 181. Okay. What relation or role does CRPS play in diagnostic issues? The next question, if actually answers number 1, you skip number 2. But number 2 would have been, does obstination have a direct connection to CRPS? Please describe the relation. Question 3, how many treatments had Maya undergone before you recommended ketamine coma? Number 4, was Maya's treatment a success, failure, or both? Question 4A, if success / both, if she entered JHATCH, isn't that actually a failure? Question 4B, if failure, how would additional treatments with ketamine be different? Question 5, can confirmation bias also apply to hearing from a patient's spouse / family member without considering all the current data sets? Here is that page.
I don't understand what obstination is.
Obstipation is what he's trying to say. Constipation.
Oh, is it constipation?
Yeah, obstipation is constipation on steroids, so to speak.
I'm just trying to read the handwriting.
We don't have to take this.
Get Dr. Kirkpatrick, please.
Yes, sir. May I, Counsel, if I tell,
To just answer the questions?
yeah, I'll tell him, but I was going to let Dr. Hannon.
Oh, yeah, you can let Dr. Hannon go. Discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and you received no information. Is that all correct? Correct. And you saw no media accounts of this case. Is that correct? And you were not approached by anyone about this case. And as you see, the doctor was outside our presence, just so you don't have to take my word for it. Okay, Dr. Kirkpatrick, there is a series of questions from the jury. And again, I want you to just answer the specific question and only that question. Okay. The first question. In simplest terms, is it safe to say, unlike an understood and highly researched illness that has almost a flow chart list of symptoms that lead to a diagnosis and treatment, is CRPS still being researched and therefore needs a certain amount of, quote, latitude, end quote, in both its symptoms, diagnoses, and its treatment to be allowed?
I'm trying to get my arms around that question a little better. Can you help me, Your Honor?
Well, I think perhaps the lawyers, understand and will ask that question a little bit different way. So let me go to the next question.
Okay.
And the jury said a simple no or yes will do. The designation of, quote, board certified, end quote, was brought up. Is board certified a designation that a doctor knows more, or is it better than a non-board certified doctor?
Well, that's a very good question, and that's been looked at in terms of claims, malpractice claims and all that sort of thing. You really can't tell them apart, you know? So, you have to remember, though, my situation is one where I trained in anesthesiology over 40 years ago, and it's totally different now in terms of the residency requirements and so forth and so on. And the reason I maintain my academic status all the time, including right now, still academically working, is the PhD degree, because that's what you do, and if you have that skill, you're marketable in the academic field, especially in pharmacology. Okay. I hope that answers the question.
Okay, Dr. Kirkpatrick, let's just, the next question I think calls for a yes or no. Okay. So hopefully we can confine ourselves to a yes or no on this. You received a formal request from Dr. Sally Smith of Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital for your records about Maya. Is that correct?
From her personally, no.
Okay. You stated you made a call to Dr. Sally Smith. Did you send the copies of the records to Dr. Smith?
No.
Did you review Maya's medical records before treating her?
Yes.
Okay. And members of the jury, again, if I'm not calling out the question that you sent, that means I can't ask that question. Next question. During Maya's infusions, you monitored her vital signs during the ketamine infusions. Were they within normal range for a child her age?
Yes.
Was that for all of the infusions given?
Yes.
What relation or role does CRPS play in let me read it again. What relation or role does CRPS play in digestive issues?
What we know and what my experience dictates is that it does affect the GI tract. And the CRPS affects the sympathetic nervous system, which we say goes into the GI tract, innervates the GI tract. And it shouldn't surprise you that you can really end up with poor function of the GI tract, which includes constipation. And I've seen that many times in patients. And guess what? Ketamine helps that. It helps it big time.
The next question is, does obstination have a direct connection to CRPS? And if so, describe the relationship.
I'm not sure. Other than what I just said about the sympathetic nervous system and its relationship to CRPS, I don't know what else I could add to that.
Okay. How many treatments had Maya undergone before you recommended the ketamine coma?
By me personally, is that the question?
Yes.
Okay. For me, it was the 4 ketamine infusions, not to mention my prescriptions, to aggressively involve her in heated pool exercises. I found over the decades that is the most important thing. And if I may, Your Honor, because it's too dangerous. When you have the kind of legs she had, you can re-injure yourself and set off the CRPS again. So lack of having buoyancy when you're in the water is very protective of avoiding a relapse.
Okay. Mr. Anderson, do you have any follow-up questions?
May I speak to counsel about responding to one?
Yes. Please do. Mr. Hunter.
No, Mr. Your Honor, I'm sorry. No questions.
Members of the jury, do you have any follow-up questions? Did I see a hand? Okay. May this witness be excused, or does he need to remain under subpoena?
He may be excused from the plaintiff.
Remain under subpoena.
Okay. So what that means is it's possible you might have to be called back, but you are free to go today. So thank you very much for being here.
Okay, thank you.
Judge.
Oops. Oh,
yeah.
I apologize. You can hang there. Members of the jury, that is going to conclude our testimony for today. So I'm going to let you go. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information. And we will see you tomorrow. Deputy Coley, if you could have them ready to go at 9 a.m. Same bat time, same bat channel.
All rise, jurors exit.
Okay, please be seated. Doctor, there's going to be a few more questions, but we had to do these outside the presence of the jury. So before I let you go, I think Mr. Hunter has a few more questions for you. Mr. Hunter, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. I just have 3 areas of question, Dr. Kirkpatrick. May I approach the witness, Judge?
I'm sorry?
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you page 1 of Defense Exhibit 3043. It's dated November 5th, 2015. And what I'd like to ask you is whether the signature at the bottom of the prescription for hydromorphone PCA 0.02 milligrams per milliliter, no basal rate, demand dose 0.05 mg, lockout 30 minutes, supply bags for 60 days, may titrate dose and lockout interval to max demand dose of 1.1 milligram, 0.1, I'm sorry, milligram with lockout of 20 minutes based on patient response. Is that your signature on the prescription?
No.
That prescription is not yours?
It is not my prescription. I didn't write this down at the bottom of the page. Patient is terminally ill.
I understand that. I'm not asking that. I'm not asking whether that is yours. I'll get to that.
Okay.
What I'm asking you is the
Yes.
prescription here.
That's there.
Is the signature on the script itself, not what's below it, but on the script itself, is
Sure.
that yours?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've told us before that the notation patient is terminally ill and whatever that is below that is not you.
Correct.
Okay. Then, but to be clear, the prescription itself for the hydromorphone PCA device was written by you.
Yeah, but the thing is, it wasn't executed.
Leaving that aside, that was you wrote
Right.
the script.
So the script is not valid. But anyway, yes.
But you wrote the script.
I wrote the script, but the script never got executed.
In other words, it got filled.
Never. Well, right.
Okay. That you know of.
Excuse me?
That you know of.
Yes, that's correct. As I know it, yes.
Okay. All right. So I'm also going to hand you Defense Exhibit, page 54 of Defense Exhibit 3224. It's a sequence of emails, and I'm going to direct your attention to the one in the middle, dated November 10th, 2015 at 9:38 a.m. Anthony Kirkpatrick, MD, PhD, wrote, etc. It says it's addressed to Ms. Kowalski. Now, directing your attention to that email to Ms. Kowalski, it reads, today I received a request from pharmacist Jocelyn Krager requesting that I write a script stating that Maya is terminal. You said copy of that request is below. I am not willing to do that. It is beyond my scope of practice. And then it reads, on November 7th, 2015, I gave you what I believe is in Maya's best interest. Copy attached. Maya is 10 years old, and it's up to you as her mother to do what you believe is in her best interest. And the next paragraph goes on, I suggest you contact your local hospice care unit and determine if they have a palliative care program, and then it's signed by you. Did you send that email to Ms. Kowalski on November 10th, 2015?
I did.
And then finally, as far as we are concerned, at least, you indicated, I believe, in questioning that there was a request for records that you received regarding Maya Kowalski at or about the time you spoke with Sally Smith?
Correct.
Did that come from DCF?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And that's the request to which you did not respond, correct?
Well, no, we did respond with
Oh,
it.
you did respond.
As far as I know, yeah. Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
I misunderstood your testimony. Okay, so you're telling me you got a request for medical records regarding Maya Kowalski, not from Dr. Smith, but from DCF?
Correct. That's my understanding.
Okay, and you complied with that request?
To the best of my knowledge.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Could I have-
Oh, sure.
I need to give these to the clerk to go. I think we're good.
Mr. Anderson, do you have any questions?
Yes. Doctor, did it turn out that that terminal prescription was actually for the purpose of qualifying insurance requirements to qualify for coverage or hope for coverage of the ketamine and other medications for Maya?
I'm not sure of what it is, or if it's a scope of practice issue. I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Yeah, do you ever have any conversations with Mr. Schott, who was the pharmacist who was assisting the Kowalskis in attempting to obtain insurance coverage for the medications?
I don't recall.
That's it, Your Honor.
Doctor, for the script that in your mind was not filled, can you tell me in just simple terms what that was for?
Oh, it was for Dilaudid, I believe. It's an opioid.
Was it a specific way it was to be administered?
Yeah, what we're, keep it succinct.
I'm not a doctor, so can you just...
No, sure, I understand that. This is called IVPCA. And it basically the patient, even a child, it's the safest thing you can do when you want it, when they get pain, you hit the button. The beauty of it, it's almost impossible to overdose, because if they hit it too much, they'll fall asleep and they won't hit the button anymore. So they can't. It's almost impossible to overdose. And what we're trying to do here is we're testing different things. How long should the tubing be? And what type of program should we program into the pump? And I wrote something out of what I did not want to have happen, and I stressed this whenever I was talking to them. I do not want continuous infusion of opiate, because then you defeat the benefits of having the child hit it and getting what they need for that particular pain episode.
Okay. Any further questions based on the court's question?
No, Sir, Your Honor.
Mr. Anderson, any further questions based on the court's question?
What was the timing on that, Doctor? When did this occur?
I was looking at the script. It's not up right now. In terms of the time frame, this was happening, I think, just before she went to Monterey.
Was this for the trip then to make her more comfortable?
Right, and the purpose, and to answer your question, Your Honor, the idea here is that she's going to have acute pain episodes, perhaps in traveling and this and that, and this was a way to rescue an acute pain, not the CRPS pain, because opioids are relatively ineffective for that.
Okay. Mr. Hunter, anything further before we end the proffer?
It will be addressed by some other witnesses.
So we can end the proffer at this point?
Actually, I would like the witness to identify for the record what we covered in the initial questioning regarding the tapes, the videotapes.
You can proceed.
I'm just going to show them what's been marked. But I have an extra copy. Let me just ask you. I'm handing you for identification what we'll have the clerk mark as exhibit.
What's the defense's next exhibit number for ID?
3326.
3326.
This is 1001 3326.
No, it's just 3326.
Oh, okay. So it's 3326, and I'd ask you if this email from you to Mr. Anderson is an email which you sent with the summary of follow-up evaluations of Maya Kowalski attached.
Okay. So the first question is this an email that I sent? You have two questions. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay.
First is, did you send that email?
The one on the top.
One.
Because I'm looking at it, I don't see where it says from.
From.
Oh, okay, the one down below. Okay.
Yes, this one here.
Okay.
I mentioned, do you send the one marked from Anthony Kirkpatrick, MD, PhD, with your email address, sent Sunday, February 2nd, 2020 at 12:36 a.m. to Greg Anderson, al. with the Anderson firm, and just says FYI, see attached. Did you send that email with the attachment that's the second page of that exhibit?
Okay, so it's February 2nd, 2020. and this was previously introduced to me, correct?
Yes, this is what we.
Yes, 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 that is something that it was executed, this was all executed.
Okay, you sent that with the attachment?
With the attachment. Now this, I think, I'm assuming that this is the attachment.
Yes, sir.
Okay, if it is, then
Yes, right.
we're good.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Good. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Make sure you hand it to the clerk, please.
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Dr. Kirkpatrick, I'm handing you your declaration of October 8th, just a couple of days ago. There have been some statements outside the presence of the jury regarding the authenticity of your signature on this declaration. So I wanted to ask you, if you turn to the last page here, is that in fact your signature on the bottom of that declaration?
Yes.
Where were you physically when you signed this document on October 8th?
Bonefish.
Thank you.
As in like the restaurant Bonefish?
Yes, sir.
What you have?
I'm sorry.
I'm just joking. It's
Yeah,
getting
yeah.
kind of late.
Thank you.
Okay, are you marking that with the clerk? Well,
We'll mark it.
Probably.
We'll mark it.
what's the plaintiff's next in the series for identification?
I think the last one we marked.
I'm asking the clerk.
I thought it was 2800 was the last one we marked, but
So it'd be 2801.
Okay, so that's for ID 2801. May the doctor leave at this point?
Yes, sir.
We end the proffer at this time?
Yes, sir.
Proffer's over. Sir, you're free to go today, but you still might have to come back. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any issues to address before we adjourn today?
Just one, on a break, Mr. Anderson indicated to me possibly Mr. Kowalski coming back tomorrow, and I wanted to get clarification.
No, I'm gonna give him one more day. He has a sinus infection, Your Honor, and I wanted to make sure that I didn't bring him in until we sorted that out.
So the witnesses for tomorrow have not changed?
They have not, although, no, we got Dr. Hannah first thing.
Oh, okay, okay.
And so, he was supposed to go.
Yeah, understood.
if we're talking about timing tomorrow morning next, I wanted to mention that we filed a motion for reconsideration regarding admission of trial exhibit 2123-610. We'd like to take that up in the morning.
Can you identify what that is?
It's the Beatty email that was previously excluded.
Could be a long list.
How much, I guess we need to go, how much time do we need before the jury? Given whatever exhibit issues that we're gonna have, and hopefully we won't take as long as we did today. Hopefully.
Well, Your Honor, our staff has been going through the risk management notes as we've been sitting here, and the Sally Smith handwritten notes to identify the specific pages. I expect those to be in the hundreds of pages that we believe are relevant. So the question will be, how many are stipulated to, if any? So I think we need more time than usual tomorrow morning is the answer.
Can I ask, do you need those in for tomorrow?
Potentially. It sounds like with Dr. Hannah getting backed up, we might not get to Dr. Corcoran. But if we were to get to Dr. Corcoran, they may be relevant to his testimony.
Okay, I was just asking to see whether or not they had to be dealt with first thing in the morning or not.
I mean, we could have a working lunch if the court so inclined.
Well, I do have a meeting with the chief judge at 11:30 tomorrow, but after that, I'm happy to, have longer discussions, but we have a hard stop at 11:25.
I'd prefer to just get here at 8:15 for once, or 8:45 and not have to
Well, I will tell you, Thursday, the earliest we can start is 8:45. So you're going to get that wish on Thursday. So it's just about tomorrow.
Let me ask you.
I was thinking more, what time do you want counsel here?
Yeah, would it be okay if we start at 8:30 tomorrow
Yeah.
as opposed to 8:15?
Be all right.
And then use some lunch time to address exhibits to the extent not covered in the morning.
Yes, we will do that.
Shot
So-
clock, Your Honor.
I'll get that in just a second. But so tomorrow, 8:30, Mr. Altenburn, you,
I only have a timing question on directed verdicts. I was worried they might actually take place on Friday, but it's beginning to look to me like they're not going to rest until after the weekend. And getting ready for motions for directed verdict is something I got to figure out what I'm doing, so. That's all.
Well, you're right. I mean, we are slower than we expected. I'm having to cut witnesses. I tried to combine them. That hasn't worked too well so far. Answer to your question is likely we will wait until Monday to rest.
and what we can always do is just kind of agree that if, let's say you did finish on Friday, we could just agree to do it at some future time.
That's possible too.
Yeah. Okay, so the shot clock is for today, plaintiff's 2 hours, 55 minutes for a cumulative running total of 32 hours, 55 minutes. Defense had 1 hour, 20 minutes for a running total of 12 hours, 10 minutes. With that, anything else, or are we good to go for today?
We're good to go.
Have a great day, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow, 8:30.